Journal reading for Melissa. Guide to use the sign of the times oracle here. Now I have the traffic cone, bullseye, and heart here. Let me go to a guidebook in case there's something there for you specifically. Experiencing delay. This is a caution card for you. Delaying in something about your plans, whatever you desire to achieve in this life. Doesn't matter how short term, immediate, or long term your plans might be. It feels like something you're ignoring, causing this delay. There's something that also misunderstanding about your life purpose in this lifetime as well that causing the delay. Perhaps this is a spiritual sign for you to pause, to think about all those plans and desire that you have for yourself or with somebody else as well. In the family, that's what I'm picking up here, the word family. Perhaps they don't serve your greatest good. Perhaps you're not supposed to do them, or perhaps you're doing it in the wrong way. Your intention probably is not serving your greatest good. So you need to understand about why you're in fear as well. There's some underlying fear about your plans, about your desires. And this is no way to live a life like this with fears. Let me move on to the next one. Focus. Dead on this card, I feel like it's dead end. It's not even dead on. I feel like the way you're focusing the plans and desire, I feel like it's have to do with the first card as well. You're too focused on them. It feels like a dead end for you. I feel like your perspective of life is too nailed to fulfilling something. And it's going to trigger that end. It trigger more upheavals, like a life cycle for your own self, going over and over the same old patterns, are unable to change because you haven't given enough so-called inner care for your own self to achieve a different result in life. That different results might not be what you initially wanted it because you don't understand the outcome of it. It feels like you want to know what that is so you can prepare to go do that. But what the divine is trying to tell you, you have to let go and be adventurous about this. There is nothing set in stone for you. But if you're not willing to explore this type of directions, how do you know what's going to be in the future for you? How can you tell? Like you said, that's no set in stone. Nothing can be just prepared for it in life, especially life events. Let me move on to the last card here, the heart. Yeah, this is a sample of love, but it feels like the type of love that you've been practicing, it's representing some sort of low energy. Perhaps you're allowing fear to get involved in the love. Not that you don't love yourselves, not that you don't love other people, but you're just doing it with fear. How can this be love when you're doing it with fear? Fear of protections. Fear of, hey, be careful. Fear of anticipating the future of life. So that way there's enough resource to go around to sustain yourself and somebody else in the family. So how can you call this love when you have all this kind of worry, concern, hurry, sometime, all of that incorporate into love? It's already tended. So you need to go back and look into your heart and see why you're engaged in so much negativities that causing such a low energy in your life. So yeah, you need to change the way how you focus your life. You need to remove this caution things about the plans and desire you're having, because the intention is not right. It doesn't sync with this love where your guardian said you need to have a pure heart in order to have a pure love. You don't have that kind of pureness in love because it's already tainted by your own negativities, and there's no good outcome in those first two cards. So I'm guided to end it here and hope this helped you. May you find light from your spiritual guardian. Okay, this is a spiritual message for Gavin. Guide to use this deck called Soul True Self-Awareness card. I have this card for you set. Am I clear on what my soul really wants? Let me read the back here. Take out the should and the limitation and get out of your head and pay attention to your heart and your soul as well. I mean, your heart's supposed to connect with your soul, but it's just a lot of things are being fragmented. Your body, mind, heart, and soul are not aligned together. They're not integrated. So you need to pay attention of how you're fragmenting yourself through limitation and what you should be doing in life. Or what do I want? It's a type of desire that gets you nowhere because it blinds you from listening to your higher self. It's hard for you to connect with your spirit guide this way because that's what I want. When you want something, are you actually listening to your spirit guide? Absolutely no, okay? And that's where the contradiction is. You have to learn to surrender. That's basically getting this reading. Learn to surrender, let go, and be in peace. Don't expect anything out of this reading. And you already know you're getting a spiritual message here. Yeah, you need to sense your feelings because your feelings is getting in the way because the desire is coming from your feelings, and you need to dive deeper to understand that. What is that feelings, and stop using your mind to translate emotion. You cannot do that, okay? Mind is the mind, emotion is the emotions. Anything else about this? So you need to have more clear intention about why you want to connect with your spirit guide from the beginning. I feel like you have a wrong type of intention here. But anyhow, this is the end of message of this card for you. May you find light from it. This is a love relationship between Christina and Gary. Hopefully I've got a document here. Yes, it is Gary. I'm going to use the love me not Immunology Oracle card for you. Do you want me to use the first deck? Okay. I'm getting you are incredibly alerting to me. I can't help but be interested in everything you do. There's an energy between us, a vibe that cannot be denied. So they're all positives here. Guarding the love feelings. And let me see here. Don't let your past hold you back. Adjustments are required. And the last one is step out of your comfort zones. Is there any particular messages on the guidebook? Don't let your past hold you back. I feel like perhaps there's some unpleasant experiences in particular relationship in the past that are holding you guys back, because whenever that familiar situation, that's going to trigger some sort of emotional reaction out of you guys. So that's what allowing your past to hold you back, unable to release the judgment. So that is something that needs to watch out for in this relationship. So this, the next card is adjustment are required. I feel like, let me go to the guidebook and see the third quarter moon. I don't want to jump into conclusion here, just tell you the one thing. That's page 36. I don't agree with the first statement. That doesn't make sense. First statement. Okay, this is the real message here, that you guys need to let go of certain negativities in order to bloom this relationship. You know, foundations. This is what you talk about, building foundation of your relationship together. You need to understand how you both are attaching certain negative feelings that leads to some type of judgment. It's not about avoiding them. It's about having the self-realization. Oh, I didn't realize I'm talking in such a negative statement, or I did not realize I'm in fear, that triggering me to react toward you this way. You know, I hope you hear this, what I'm saying here, that if you, when you have this type of self-realization, then you need to learn to release that type of negativity, so you're not bringing it into this love relationship. And you already know it's already have a good vibe here, right, based on the synergy of the mutual feeling that you both are having. So you need to take another step forward to adjust those negativities in order to make it work. So another guidance is here, you need to step out of your comfort zone. Perhaps you guys are so into certain patterns, certain behavior, certain way of speaking toward another human being, and not realizing that is your comfort zone. If you can be more aware of what, how, and those type of thing, and why that you guys say what you say and act certain way, then you can realize, hey, I need to change this pattern just because I'm so used to it. I just need to get out of this comfort zone in order to learn and grow in this relationship. So I hope this helped you, and this is the end of your reading, Christina. A journal reading for Stephanie. Your spirit guide want me to use the Twin Flame Ascension deck here for you. First one is Clearing Karma. Kundalini Activation, Clearing Karma. Yeah, it's already said clearly, you do have karmic situation, karmic relationship, karmic cell relationship as well. Where is that coming from? Not aligned to the natural frequency that what this universe is about. Instead, you continue with the negative frequency that going against the universal love frequency. So I hope that's clear about that, okay? Very straightforward. I know I'm simplifying whatever that is, but karmic situation, karmic relationship vary so much. It is up to you to have the awareness, but this awareness is not just about coming from the situation and people, right? They're just your catalyst to trigger your inner karmic energy that you're still holding on to, not wanting to do anything about that. That's why you keep cycling in this life journey. Yeah, it's all about energy. So once you understand energy, then you will open up your heart and soul to sense what that is. That's what's going on with inside of you, how you're creating those energy through your negative emotions. Just be aware of that. It's, yeah, the more you're aware, the more you can be your own alchemist to do the necessary inner transformation, then continue to attach or so-called holding on to them. Okay, so, and that's what this is about. Take your own responsibility. You have to acknowledge that you do have those karmic situation people to continue to trigger your karmic energies. Okay, so the more you focus on your inside instead of blaming everything on the outside, I'm not saying everything, but it seems like it, right? Your feelings try to tell you that you're blaming those things that what caused them to be who you are today. But if you can change that perspective and say, hey, they are a beautiful things that happen to me because they serve my catalyst to help me aware of what is my inside that I'm still holding on to, or so-called still practicing, that I need to release, so that way I don't have to keep having this karmics, cycling over and over from lifetime after lifetimes. Okay, so this is what this means. This card about taking your own responsibility through acknowledging it. And anything else for Stephanie here? I'm glad you ended here. May you find light from your spirit guide. It's a two-lover relationship readings about this past relationship between Ekaterina and Stacy. I'm glad to use this Stacy spirit card deck here. I might have to have used a second deck, but let me do this one first. Your spirit guide are face palming. I'm wondering why. You're on a twin flame journey, but I feel like your guide said you're ignoring it. That's why your spirit guide is face palming about what the heck are you doing in this lifetime? Why did you ignore the spiritual side of life? Why did you ignore your higher purpose in this lifetime? That's what I'm getting from your spirit guide. That's why it is face palming. I don't know how many spirit guide that you're having here, but let me go to this one. Your vibration is yelling, I will settle, wanting to settle with Stacy, but nobody else. And that is the culprit of not wanting to explore your life in a fair way. It feels like you're stuck with this individuals, the intensity, the feeling of it, but not understanding your true feeling behind all of that with Stacy. So yeah, you're like avoiding your high purpose. You're experiencing life, whoever come into your life, doesn't matter who that is, but I feel like there's some underlying lesson here for you, but you not grasping it. That's what this face palming is. Yeah, perhaps your guys said you're too stubborn about your feeling, your desire for a particular person, but you're not willing to dive deeper into that feeling that you're having. Perhaps this is a false alarm. Perhaps it's like a false, it's telling me it's a false twin flame here with Stacy. Let me move on to this. Clean your womb. That's the message. Is it physically? Both. Spiritually, energetically, emotionally, and also, yeah, physically. Did I mention that? Hopefully I say that. All aspect of your life needs to be cleaned out. Too much clutter, too much junk building up, sinking you down. That's not too good. And including the feeling that you still have with Stacy, that needs to be cleaned out. But just to tell you, your body, heart, your body, mind, heart, and soul, that still need to be cleaned out. It's not just the relationship with her as well. I feel like this reading is nudging you towards your light, Ekaterina, to pull yourself out of this relationship that is a critical direction now and the future. Don't know how long it will take you to do that. if you're willing to exercise your own free will, if you're willing to go beyond that kind of so-called false dream fan feeling you're having with Stacy, okay? That's already pretty much your answer about your false dream fan. Why you're so stuck with this I will settle vibrations. Your ego doing poker again. Validation, drama, like never-ending cycle in this type of things. Like, yeah, is that it? Is there more to it into this type of relationship and so forth? Cycling, doubt, pain, longing feelings, like you belong to her or something. You need to dive deeper into this so-called I have desire for her, that type of feeling. That's this, is this a really true love, or is this just a false impression of love coming from your idea what love should be about? But is that really truly love? Just an idea doesn't mean it's really a true love. So be mindful of that. You gotta understand, don't let your ego get in the way, that you need to validate all of that what happened in the past. Yes, pain. I'm getting the word painful. Still painful. Still reminiscing the past. Is there anything that can be reconciled? That's what I'm getting here as well. I'm getting a yes, reconciliation, but doesn't mean it's going to be the same type of relationship that you're hoping for. This is not about validation. This is not about drama unless you choose to continue this life cycle with these individuals. Like I said, cleaning, right? Or for aspect of cleaning. You need to understand this is only a false dream frames feeling. Your growth scare people. Good grabs will. Let me channel a little bit, see what direction this is about. Okay, this is a very conflicting thing. I think once upon a time you're moving to the right direction, but then your ego gets in the way, wherever the drama in your life, causing it to put you back in the dark side of life, the dark path. So growing and not growing. I feel like you're having some sort of hiccups in this. So like putting effort and then all going down to the drain, like sabotaging your own light. That's what I'm getting. You keep sucking back into all this clutter you put into your own self, unable to move past those negativity that you're supposed to release during whatever life event, whatever life is situation you're in. That's what I'm getting here. That's why it's hard. Yeah, perhaps you went extreme on certain emotions, and it did kind of scare people, right? But I guess it turned off certain people by that. And remember, when it comes to learning and growing, you're supposed to do it with love, not do it with some type of fear, right? Fear can come in many forms: worry, defensiveness, protections, anger. Those can come from what? All generated by fear. So be mindful of that, how you're using those negative emotions to learn and grow yourself. That's not the way to go, right? That's why you're sabotaging your light, not coming from love. Astrology isn't a personality disorder. Let me dive deeper into this. Crazy. Why somebody think that tapping into this type of thing is crazy? Somebody disbelieve in horoscope. Somebody disbelieve in psychic reading or the spiritual type of things. Somebody is talking about it in this past relationship, and somebody is saying, oh, you're crazy. I don't believe in those crap. That's what I'm getting here. The vibe right here. So it's like a one-sided thing and then got turned off. I feel like it got turned off by whoever disbelieved in it. That's you might call it incompatibility, but people have their own opinions because belief is it's a culprit as well. You know, beliefs system cause people to stuck in that, unable to expand the horizon, to unable to expand all the possibility out there in the universe, the one that is not too scientific, the one that's not being proven by the human society and so forth, right? It's too much by the book. Even psychic reading, even astrology are sometimes too much by the book. So you cannot really go too much by what people are trying to say. But you gotta use your own discernment, right? Ekaterina, even what I'm trying to tell you, either you resonate or you don't, okay? But you just have to use your own discernment, not using your own emotion to do that. Just be aware. This is a sacred space. Boundary, I mean, they are spiritual fences. Okay, I feel like you need to clear your sacred space. This is the fourth aspect of light. Too much clutter. It's wholly related to that in this card. This is about you need to create one within your own self so you don't have to keep holding on to those negativity. You know, once you do that, then you can fill that space with love. You can fill that space with healthy boundary. You can fill that space with light, right? You can fill that space with your higher self, not your egoistic self with so much desire, not understanding how they are serving your greatest good. You know, so boundaries are great as long as you're doing it out of unconditional love. Be aware of the word unconditional love. I'm not about conditioning your life with this. Your higher self is drinking tea and watching you spirals. You're doing a lot of harm to your soul. That is your higher self. You haven't really connected to that. You're not aware how you're using negativity to harm your soul. Your soul is not meant to house all those negative energy. The more you do that, the more you're draining your own energy. I'm getting the word fatigue. You're getting tired. Perhaps, yeah, even though you might get sleep, maybe you're drinking something or whatever substance that you use to help to sustain this type of, you know, to awaken yourself because of your fatigue, but that's not helping you, but draining your energy, okay? Be aware of that. Your soul is purely energy. What kind of energy you use out of it, that's how it either hurt it or it's gonna to make it better. So you need to discern your emotion to understand how each one of them is translating into positive or negative energy, okay? Your guy said, no, you hurt maybe. Not really. What is this? Is there worried connections or she has guts feeling, but she's not trusting that guts feeling? Or maybe she misinterpret that guts feelings because of her ego gets in the way, because of the desire gets in the way, because of her yeah, it's some sort of a negative emotion drive you to misinterpret your guts feelings. Beside gut feeling, is there anything else? Through readings as well, some type of reading. It seems like I'm not the only readers for you for some reason. Yeah, also misinterpreting the message or the reader didn't give you the proper messages. That's what I'm getting here. That's why it's a conflict. Your true spirit guide is from above, from the fifth dimensional, not from the fourth dimensional. When a reader practicing low energy, they keep practicing negative emotion, they tend to read it from that perspective, not coming from the light, it's not coming from the universal love frequency, and that's what causing the so-called conflict, right? In getting the spiritual guidances that you so need. Be aware of that. So remember this card about the four aspects of life. You need to clean up those clutters. Draw a healthy boundary. Use your own discernment, okay? This is listen. Your intuition isn't ghosting you. You are just not listening. You have innate ability. Intuition is your soul language. You're able to listen to that if you're willing to silence your own self, silence your ego, shift your focus on the inside but not on the outside. Is there anything else about this? Yes, you need to ground yourself. You can do with chakra meditation, and I hope you do know what that is. If you want to look up to YouTube on that, you can do that. Silent version, if you prefer, yeah, you can do that, okay? Just do breathing. Slowly breathe into your mouth and exhale through your mouth. Just listen to that breathing. That's all you need to do, but nothing else. Have a peaceful environment, no interruption whatsoever. To do that kind of meditation, to ground yourself, is to silence yourself. It is not about getting messages from your spirit guide. Be mindful of that. If you do that, that's called desperation. It's going to trigger your negative energy out of it because you have personal desire. Personal desire is blocking you from being calm, from being still. You need a lot of that to connect to your intuitions. Intuition doesn't really come from meditation. Intuition comes from anywhere where you are. Doesn't matter who you're interacting with, doesn't matter where you're going, right? Intuition just happen. You don't need an explanation for that. Just be aware it should come naturally. It shouldn't be driven by your words, whatever underlying motivation or ulterior motives in that regard. Let me see if is there more out of this? Let me see, is there other card for you from this deck here? This one. Anything else? This one. This one. This one. This one. Anything else? I don't know. It's this one too. Any more? Okay, I'm continuing with the emotional card deck for you. It seems like quite a bit of inner work that you need to do. Ekaterina, inner work, okay? This is an emotional deck. Ambivalence is the inner tug of war between different choices, leaving you torn when making decisions. When you feel ambivalence, it reminds you to face your inner needs. Finding balance will allow you to make the choice that align with your true self. Confusion, right? The outer world versus your inner world. They don't sync because they are not the same type of energy, not the same type of frequency. You need to understand where your soul is coming from. You just cannot live in your physical body and that's it, and ignore your soul. Be mindful of that. And that's why you are having tug of war. Not understanding your spirit self needs to come first. So you need to find this true balance, right? Yeah, of course, you're not saying you need to ignore your physical body, ignoring your mind, but you need to understand your heart and soul and need to be integrated in your everyday life to live. This is something that for you to explore, to do that self-discovery, to find the right balance, to align to all of that. abundance is the perception of all the resources in life, knowing that you have all the power and support you need. When abundance appears, remind you that the universe always responds to your need in various ways. As long as this is not coming from your ego, it's not coming from personal desire, as long as you understand abundance is about your higher self, it is about the true form of love, that is the purest form of love from the universal love frequency. So you need to ask yourself, is your perception is wrong? Is it isolating? Is it discriminating? Or do you only prefer certain thing, but you don't erase all life form on earth and call this abundance? So if you're isolating, discriminating in any way because of your preferences, then this is not the true abundance you should seek, okay? Anger is the unmet need or a boundary that has been crossed. It reminds you to set healthy boundary to protect yourself. When facing anger, learn to be calm and reflective, discovering growth opportunity within. When you feel angry in any form, even resentment, even a little dislike of something, that's come from anger as well, all right? It's just different type of intensity. It is about, I don't like to use the term boundary that has been crossed. I feel like you're drawing unhealthy boundary to protect yourself in a wrong way because of out of fear, because out of expectation. I think this is all driven by all of that, because you want something, someone crosses, so therefore it didn't meet your whatever you desire, then you get angry. That is not healthy way to do it. You're encouraging or so-called trapping yourself in anger because of desire, because of expectation, because of outcome. You need to learn to expand your sacred space with love, not using anger to thwart whatever action, decision, right, out of you. Wisdom is profound understanding and insight, allowing you to see the essence of things. When wisdom enters your life, it reminds you to listen to your inner voice and find your own truth. Yeah, you gotta be having courage to face your own darkness. Ekaterina, if you're having fear, you're having doubt, you're avoiding it, pause this type of thinking, pause this type of avoidance. You cannot avoid this the rest of your life to continue this negative path. This wisdom, yes, you got it at your soul level. Your soul has always come with the sea of light. It is your soul blueprint. Understand that you are so connected with divine. Don't say no anymore to divine. It is about time to co-create your life with it, with your spirit guide. Anything else about this wisdom? Anticipation is the desire for the future, filling you with energy and motivation. When anticipation arises, it will guide your direction and inspire you to work toward your goal. Let it execute your success. Okay, it's not the way it wants to interpret. I don't agree with this offer, but I'm gonna twist it for you, okay? Anticipation is a desire for the future, and that's where the problem is. Do you hear the word desire? I've been trying to tell you desire is the culprit, right? Desire causes you to anticipate your life. And what is this? Oh, I want to know what my future is going to be. I want to define the outcome before it's actually happened. Are you listening to this? You're not enjoying the moment, each moment of your life. You're not hearing the divine. That's why you're not connecting with divine, because you're not seeing the higher purpose in your life. You're trying to anticipate based on what? Perhaps the physical need, the physical gratification, wherever that physical body, hearing, tasting, touching, seeing, in smelling, those are come from your physical body sensation. That has nothing to do with your soul. Be mindful of that. Your soul is the only intuitive language, but that's where your disconnection is. You're not integrating your soul to live. Yeah, you need to look at your body. It's just another tool. This is not your first lifetime. Be aware of that. You already experienced another lifetime in the past. Why are you holding on to this body so much to live your life, but instead of listening to your soul? How is this one to guide you to understand that you cannot continue to have this type of physical desire without understanding your spiritual health is so important in this lifetime. You don't want to continue filling yourself with anticipation with this type of negative energy. It's only motivate you to the downward path. Anxiety stems from uncertainty about the future. When this card appears, it reminds you to let go of the fear of the future and focus on the present. Only in the here and now can you find true peace. Exactly what I'm saying. You're not enjoying the moment. Anticipation causing anxiety, causing you to worry about something because you're still trying to look for some certain outcome to change something. Remember, Ekaterina, you have free will, every moment, every decision that you make, right? You need to let go and flow with the universal love frequency, flow with the co-creation energy with your spirit guide, so that way you can learn to release this anxiety and anticipation. Both of them needs to be done simultaneously. Balance is the harmonious coexistence of various forces in life, allowing you to find the right transition between busyness and stillness. When balance appears, remind you to reassess your life and find the equilibrium between body, mind, heart, and soul. Okay, this is exactly what I've been trying to tell you. They all need to coexist. You cannot just put yourself focus on the outside and ignore your inside just to live this lifetime. Yeah, you need to go out and live your life with activity, but it doesn't mean you shouldn't be still and calm instead of allowing your negative emotion to get in the way to continue to manipulate you behind the scene. The tarot of the gnomes, got to use spiritual message for Shekeira. Magician card here, okay? Let me take a look. I think this lady is getting old and grumpy. Life is too unhappy. All she's doing is mending wherever she's trying to mend shoes. I'm seeing shoes all over the shoes rack, mending them, fixing them. Yeah, it's torn. It's like a symbolism here for you, right? Something is broken, try to mend it, fix it, but that's all she's doing, and that's all you're doing, repeating in this life cycles. And when are you going to stop mending things? When are you going to stop breaking things, right? First of all, you don't break them, you don't have to mend them, but you keep breaking, so therefore you have to keep mending. Do you hear this old patterns? This is like an old pattern for you. It's not going anywhere. So how are you learning anything? You don't. All you learn is fixing things, finding solution to things. But is this a real solution or is this a temporary one? So that's where you're trapped in this pattern of life cycle. And I'm just got it handed here. So that's all the meaning of the spiritual message here for you. So hope you found this meaningful from your spiritual guardian. Spiritual message for Sonia using the tarot of the 78 doors here. This is a full card. I'm seeing there's a key right here with companions here. It's right on this little cliff. There's nowhere else to go because there's already on the edge of it. If you keep going, you're going to fall down. But somehow there's an invisible door. I feel like it's going to go tap right into your soul levels to understand something, to discover something that you don't know about yourself. Or perhaps you know the surface of it, but don't understand the deeper side of it, the meaning of it. So I feel like, yeah, are you going to be adventurous and take that risk to open this invisible door? Or are you going to continue to perhaps reverse the path that you're going because it feels like a dead end here? You might have to go back to the other way where you came from to continue that life path. Whatever situation you might be repeating from day to day life, or a new one that's you're going to encounter that seems so familiar from the past. So it's all up to you, Sonia, where you want to go. But I feel like you need some courage, that you need to give it to yourself. I feel like you need some inner strength in order to realize, oh, I don't want to go back to where I was before. I want to take these invisible directions that this spiritual message is trying to tell you. I'm going to end it here. May you find light from your spiritual guardian. Journal reading for Tina. I'm going to use the spirit messages deck here. A child love and vulnerabilities. Let me see, reading this passage, the love between a parent and child is one of the most precious and deep connection we make during our time on earth. Children start out as part of us. From their first cries, they establish themselves at the biggest part of our heart. Yeah, human connection might start with your parents. I feel like doesn't matter what kind of relationship you might have formed with your parent as of today, but that connection cannot be denied. That's kind of form a foundation for you. And I feel like this card is trying to get you to go back to it. What kind of idea of life that your parent might have taught you, or maybe you observe it yourself, during this childhood, even your your youth, even your youth, right? It's not just child, but your teenager time, and then going to a young adult, whatever that is, okay? Perhaps there's some family value in there that might have reinforced it from a everyday life. Maybe there's some pattern that you need to go back to review them. How are they serving your greatest good? Are they forming the same pattern with you as well? Perhaps you believe in them so much that, yeah, that's who I am too, right? That's what I'm getting. That's what I'm sensing here. But is it really truly Tina? Or is your parent, have you ever thought about your parents maybe under some sort of false belief, false values that get you stuck in that kind of patterns too? To make you think, hey, you should live a life like that. So that is very important for you to do that type of self-reflections. And let me move on the vulnerability card. This is a confirmation that you're seeking to step into the unknown, unfamiliar territory, where decisions are based more on intuition than rationality. Don't let fear hold you back or allow a misguided sense that feeling vulnerable is somehow a negative conditions. Let me tap into this channeling and see what this is, which one is related to you. You need to learn how to be vulnerable with your heart. That's what I'm getting. Because it's a very unfamiliar territory that tend to make you turn it off because you don't think that you need to do that. Perhaps too much support from family side. So you don't think that you need to expand your unknown part of you. That's what I'm getting. It's also the holding you back as well because you don't think so. Why is that you don't think so? Because it's too normal. Life is too normal for you to realize it. What's that mean? Maybe life is too comfortable for you and you don't realize what that mean. Perhaps it becomes a personal desire as well. And that's what's getting you stuck where you are. A sense of misguidance to trap into negative conditions in life. Is there anything else for Tina here? Is there more vulnerabilities? I'm not picking up. You want me to talk about fear? You're trapping yourself in the fear base of living. Do you have some type of negative feelings? If you do, and that's how you're trapping yourself into this negative conditioning, unable to expand outside of normalcy. I'm glad to end here. May you find light from your spiritual guardian. Spiritual message for free. Guided to use the Twin Flame Ascension deck here. This is about acknowledge, take responsibility. Should I go to the guidebook? Or no matter what happened to you in this lifetime, you own your own feeling, you own your own thoughts, you own your own decisions. It doesn't matter. I mean, of course, you cannot control on your outside, right? Whatever happens. I mean, wherever you're wanting to every day, wherever you need to go every day, that require you to go because that's what you agree to go to. But it's all about your own ownership. And I feel like sometimes you don't acknowledge that. And I feel like sometimes you still get triggered by situation, by people's. Like you want to interact with them, like you have your own opinions about them. But you understand your inner feelings about them, how your feeling can affect your inside because of your own opinions about them. And that is the piece of it that you haven't acknowledged. You haven't dived deep enough to understand that. So that's what this card about taking responsibility is, to take a deeper responsibility over yourself, the one that you haven't fully connect yet. Anything else for Bree? Got to end it here. May you find life from your spiritual guardian. This is a spiritual message for Lewis. I'm glad to use the Twin Flame Ascension deck here. Is that divine order participation? Let me channel a little bit. Is there a specific message for you? I feel like you already know you're on this spiritual journey as a twin flame pair. Why do I feel like you're aware of your twin flame? But why do I feel like you're having anticipation and desperation to unite with your twin flame, perhaps? That's what I'm getting here. But this message is trying to tell you that everything is in divine order. You cannot rush the process. This is a time to work on yourself, but I feel like you are working on yourself. But then at the same time, you're triggering this, I think I'm about to be done. And I think it's time to reunite or reconcile. I don't know, is this a reunion? Yeah, reunion. Like this hoping, this wishing, it's going against your own energy. You cannot focus on your twin flame counterpart. Even a 1 ounce of energy of you focusing on this particular person, it's going to backfire. This is about surrendering. I feel like you need to go through another level of surrendering to co-create with divine. I hope you hear this higher calling. You cannot anticipate, you cannot have desperation. Those are negative energy to repel the twin flame reconciliations. I hope you hear this message about surrendering further. I'm going to end here. May you find light from your spirit guide. Journal reading for Maggie. I'm going to use a handful tell here for you. The first one, the Magician card. Let me see. A specific guidebook here, since this is a non-traditional tarot here. Let me see what it has in store for you. This one. Why do I sense life is complicated? That's what I'm picking it up. Because of too many own opinions, too much judgment as well. It's like labeling someone with a character, including yourself. Oh, that's me. I'm the Maggie. And that's you, whoever that is, right? John Doe or Mary Jo. Whoever you, who is in your social circle, past, now, or even the futures. And it makes life complicated in that regards. Okay, I hope that makes sense to you. Life is too contradicting, conflict, fighting. So I don't know about the timeline here, Maggie. I'm not here to channel the timeline, but the spiritual guardian want to bring this up about that. Could be in the past, could be now, could be in the futures. Keep that in mind, okay? But you know when that happens. Things sometimes our readings doesn't happen until a couple years later down the road. That happened to one of somebody that I read before, like after 3 years, and then oh, that rings a bell. Okay. Say anything else about this particular card? This magician card is about all type of elements, right? Each element does certain things in life, and people like using this kind of like a magic to transform something, right? So I mean, keep that in mind. I mean, because of those all type of energy causing the complication in you and other people's as well, wherever that you're going through in your life events, because of those energies are not syncing, they are not aligned. I feel like they're like so much up and downs in them. That's what I'm getting. That's why it's a struggle. It's so complex, much conflict. Like when is there going to be pure light in them? Where's that going to be real love? But I'm sure you have experienced some form of anger, fear in that regard. Anything else about this card? Let me jump on to the second one. There's a huge eye right here. It want me to pull about, yeah, I'm sensing anger in this because it's a huge judgment. There's like particular individual in your life, in this lifetime, that holds such an anger, holds such a judgment or contempt in that regard that you have hard time letting go. If you see or interact with this individual, it will flare up. That's what I'm sensing here. Whatever this person has done to you, you have hard time letting go deep down inside of you. Perhaps you think you have moved on, but that feeling underneath you has never subsided. And that's what this Ten of Swords is about, all this attachment that you put on yourself, unable to let go. The more you're holding on to this, the more intense that feeling's going to be. That's why this eye thing here is so intense. It's like staring at this. And even though the longer you do that, the more that you will continue can easily trigger this anger. It doesn't matter you're really facing that individual that causing it from the beginning. You will continue to practice this thing. Wherever situation gonna upset you, wherever other people are gonna upset you with that. And you need to keep that in mind, because the more longer you're holding on to this, like this sword stuck on the stone, is not going to move out. It's up to your free will to change it, to pull it out, to start the healing. Healing is not about moving on. Healing is not about diverting certain activity to make yourself feel good and say, oh, I'm fine. I don't see this person anymore. It won't bother me anymore. But you're not realizing this anger inside of you is still trapped in there. You haven't found that kind of release. Release takes free will. Release to takes a lot of inner awareness that how you're holding on to that causing by one individuals, and you're going to see of darkness to create more of the same thing for other innocent people as well. Just be mindful of that, how you are contribute to your own darkness in the society. So it's up to you to do a proper transformation using those four elements, right? Fire, earth, air, and the mental things. Yeah, try to integrate them. Try to see each one of them, and how you are conditioning those energy to create this, trapping yourself in this so-called trapping yourself in this anger where you have hard time releasing. So I'm glad to end here, and I hope this helped you, Maggie. May you find life from your spiritual guardian. Okay, journal reading for Kage. Going to use the Soul True Self-Awareness deck here for you. See, there's a 3 card here. Am I afraid to be seen? Let me see what the back have to say about this. Something just falling out. Let me fix this. Time to shine your unique light on the world. You are made from pure form of love. Because of this love, that's what makes you whole. So stop hiding this light. When are you going to ignite it, Kage? Are you aware you are a love being from divine light? I don't know why there's a shame in here. Perhaps there's some low self-esteem going on. Perhaps there's some sort of criticism going on within you. How are you working on that type of darkness? When are you going to realize you can liberate them? Yeah, there's no need to shame yourself. No matter what happened to you, doesn't matter what people's own opinions are, past, now, and the future. Your opinion about yourself is more important, right, Kage? Are you still allowing those negative feelings to control you? You need to bear them all. Yeah, you have to be naked. You're not, that's what it means, bearing, right? Bearing yourself, you need to be truly naked in order to realize, right, what kind of dark side you're carrying. I'm talking about those negative feelings that you're having, causing you to have low self-esteem, to criticize, Are you having some sort of inner voices that you still allow them to be in your inner space? But I feel like something in your life, some certain individual have caused of that. I feel like you need to do, I feel like you're still holding whoever that individual in your heart so dearly to create that kind of thing. Sometimes when you engage in that, you're not realizing how they are affecting you. Like a trauma. I don't know who that is. It's a family. Someone in a family. I think you need to go back to your childhood to see how you have grown up what they're doing. Are they engaging in some sort of negative language, causing some sort of fear to intensify, to reinforce it on you in a negative way? And you are just happen to learn that kind of reinforcement in you to trigger this so-called low self-esteem, because I feel like your family didn't teach you about pure form of love. They didn't show you a good example of that, what is truly love. So yeah, and things happen as well in your life as you go outside of your family environment and you interacting with other people as well. So yeah, it's like kind of reinforcing this over and over. You need to realize that why you're having this kind of struggle, right? Is there any more to say about the first card? Do you want me to talk about something? What is this? Okay, let me move on to the second card. I don't know why your spirit guy is. It's like it's headache. That's what I'm getting. Are you getting headache or something, Cage? It's poking at my temple. It's like a needle. It's poking at me. I don't know. You're experiencing that, or maybe just your energy. I don't think it's from your spirit guy. I thought it was your spirit guy. I thought it was spirit guy was trying to tell me to tell you something, but it doesn't seem like it. It feels like your energy. I feel like there's a lot of needles like punching your brain or something, puncturing your soul or something to cause you to have this heart bleeding, pain. You need to go back to your childhood. How have you been interacting with your family all this time? How are they, reinforcing negativity on you to cause this type of behavior? You're doing it to yourself. The language of fear, the language of negativities, like trapping you into this cycle over and over, unable to break free. You're the only one with the free will can liberate all of this. I hope you realize you can. I mean, if you want to, that's what exercising your free will is. But if you allow this significant individual in your heart holding it so tight and squeezing it so tight, how are you going to do anything about it? Who is Cage? Or it just you have to live in your family shadows forever? Who can I serve today? Let me see this card. Lack of soul to soul connections. The impact on you is so huge because you are unable to have soul to soul connections because of all those influences, because of all those negative reinforcements in childhood. Yeah, pain. This card is talk about your own pain. Unable to feel the inner emotion, how it's create pain in you, how it create fear in you, how it create worry in you. What else? Anticipations as well. Anything else and I'm missing here? That's generally majority of it, but of course your life is more complex, so I cannot go dive into it in a journal reading. Service of others? This cage is compromising, yielding in some way. I don't know what it is about your environments, but it's also causing low self-esteem, unable to stand up for your own self, unable to speak who is really Cage. When you're trapping yourself in so much negativity, how can you find your true light, Cage? You cannot find yourself through negativity, but you can actually find yourself through negativity of what they are, how they are harming you. But it's up to you to exercise your free will to release them. That is part of the inner healing that you so need to ignite your own self-love. I don't think this is about serving others. It's more like about how are you taking care of your own self. This card. But let me take a look at this. Who am I ready to forgive? You have to choose yourself. If you are victimizing yourself over what happened to you all this time, since the day you were born, you will have hard time letting go. You will have hard time forgiving specific individual. This is not about moving on. This is about going back to do some serious self-reflection of what happens. How are you incorporating your soul, heart, mind, and body together to reflect this? It's not just about the physical form of life. I mean, how does it affect your energy? How does it affect your emotion? Does it manipulating your mind to think something to cause this illusion for yourself, unable to see the reality, the true side of the reality, right? Yeah, once you get that, then you can learn how to release with forgiveness, to have compassion, to have the right kind of love for your own self, to start this, right? When you don't even know how to love yourself, how do you love other people's? Right? You need to understand the language of love first, not keep creating the language of fear all the time to live your life. Yeah, you are the one that who is holding you back. So you need to have your own sacred space to learn to feel this type of love instead of fear. So forgiveness, this card is very significant. You know who that is, right? Once you dive deeper into your self-reflections, whoever wanted you in the past, or does he need to? Oh, it's the other way around as well. I think it's both way now. Your spiritual guardians say there are both way, forgiving other and other needs to forgive you as well. I think some very specific situations, I don't know what that is, but they do go both ways. Okay, only you can tell. Anything else for Kage here? Guide to end here. May you find light from your spiritual guardians. There's like two lovers waiting between Kage and Lawrence. Got to use the Twin Flame Ascension deck here. Define creativity, receiving cosmic intelligence. Huh. Perhaps there's something it needs to be telling you guys. Yeah, including your wife here. You both are on Twin Flame journey. They are the Twin Flame pair. You want me to explain what is twin flame? You and your wife's souls have the highest compatibilities. Cannot be asked for. It's just the nature. Make your soul the way they are together. This is beyond soulmate. You might hear the term soulmate a lot, but you guys are not even soulmate. You guys are twin flame soul. That is a beautiful and wonderful things to have together to share this life journey. Not many twin flame are capable of doing that. Perhaps there's a destiny for you guys in this lifetime to learn what is love. When I talk about love, I'm talking about the true form of love, the purest form of love. That's what this universe been thriving, this type of love. It's just a matter of are you guys opening your heart and soul to receive this type of love, to receive this love guidance for you both, to ignite this unconditional love. And that's what makes twin flames so special. Yeah, even though you guys are serving each other catalysts in that regard. So I hope that you both are finding this to be a beautiful thing to have. Don't allow judgment to hold you back. Don't allow negative emotion to hold you back. Do not allow belief certain belief to hold you back. So yeah, do not allow norms to hold you back. What are norms? Those are all type of human creation to create culture, to create societal rules. Oh, that's how you should behave because we are living among other people that you have to behave this way. You see about the norms of behavior, the norms of the regulations by government, educations, even though when you go meet somebody, you go shake hand or saying hi, how are you, and all that stuff, all this image stuff that we create for each other to hold on to this normalcy, right? So-called from generation to after generation. I'm not saying they don't evolve. You go back to human history, yeah, culture evolved, behavior evolved. Women didn't get to be that open, to be that independent. I mean, there's some particular country in the world still having that kind of old tradition, restricting freedom of females. Of course that still happen, but there are a lot of countries are no longer like that because of the evolution of freedom, right? The liberations. Do you see? But they have to fight for that. It wasn't easy. There are a period of struggle for hundreds, even thousands of years, you know. And you get the picture here about those normalcy, how those norms can actually evolve. So yeah, Cage and Lawrence, why are you stuck in those type of belief? That's the question that the first thing you both need to honestly ask your own self, okay? Anything else about this twin flame journey? You guys are going through cycling with each other within your own self as well, or with other people in your community, even your neighbors. I'm getting friends, neighbor, other family members, if you have children or whatever parent, grandparents, if they still alive and so forth, even relatives, right? They are your community support in this twin flame journey to learn how to ignite this unconditional love that that heavy humans should need. I'm just telling you why. So that way you guys don't have to keep practicing negative emotion like fear, not loving yourself. So yeah, because love what makes humans, right? But unfortunately humans likes to conditioning life. How does that conditioning really work with love? They don't work with love. That's the problem. They cause love to struggle because of conditioning. What, for fear, through like yeah, image. If you don't have this type of image, you don't have this type of wealth, I won't consider you. And then then the two lovers will kind of conflict with each other. Oh, you should do this for me, but the guy say, hey, my life is changing. I just lost my job, I cannot support this. But the woman saying, hey, you used to support, you cannot do that anymore. This is the end of our relationship. I'm just giving you a real life example. There are a couple like that, how they conditioning on one love, even there's true love in this two lovers, right? But they have to use conditioning of what I desire in the physical perspective of life to unable to you know no, to unable to go through thick and thins, up and downs. So it did happen to you guys. I'm wondering why I'm going to use this example for you and her, okay? So do you see how conditioning what love, it never happens, right? Because of, yeah, because of this. That is not love. That has come from I desire this lifestyle, but I cannot supply you this lifestyle. I don't have the resource to do that. Why can you not understand? We need to downsizing. Well, we need to downsize, okay? So you hear that, okay? But that is what that is. I mean, it's up to her too. I hope she's listening to this reading to help her to realize her own dark side, that she cannot love with conditioning this way. Love shouldn't be about money. Love shouldn't be about lifestyle. Love shouldn't be about the physical, materialistic things. That is not love, So I'm glad she is listening. I was going to say I will save this on my Pinterest account in case you guys need to go back and listen to that, okay? So yeah, you should cherish this twin flame journey together to find this unconditional love, to ignite this love. This is very rare. It doesn't happen every lifetime. A lot of twin flame are being separated because of the dark side. Perhaps this is a divine blessing to you both to understand this so you can take this information to do your work. What is that inner work? Is to dive deeper into your own inner world to feel what kind of negative emotion are you holding on to that you keep practicing on to this family with each other to whoever in your social circle. You should know that. You should understand what are those negative emotions. Selfishness, lack of compassion, lack of understanding, fear, causing you to worry, causing you to have concern, causing you to have some sort of defensiveness in your language that cause you to fight, to argue, to conflict with each other and so work out a better solution in your life. Do you hear what I'm saying here? Those are all come from your own negativities. So you need to understand that, okay? I'm glad you hear it. I'm glad you understand that, right? There's a lot of complexity going on when it comes to the dark side in human. Perhaps there's some childhood wound that you haven't healed, caused you to mask yourself through defensiveness, through argument, through fighting, that not want to give the love that this relationship so needed to build a stronger foundation to withstand all those turmoil, worth of those hardship in life, love should never be about materialistic things. Why not love each other unconditionally and try to resolve worth of life, what day to day that needs to be resolved, right? In a loving way, not in a fear perspective. Anything else about this that I need to talk about? Cosmic intelligence. Your soul come from divine, both of you. You have spirit guide, both of you. Are you aware that if you want to connect with your spirit guide, yes, you can. Your spirit guide is nowhere about, but it's everywhere. If you want to talk to your spirit guide, you can do that anytime. It doesn't have to be allowed. Just find your own sacred space. You guys don't need to be doing this together. You can do it at your own sacred time. Being alone, wherever room you can. I mean, if not, perhaps outdoor in the nature, in a park, wherever you're living at, if there's a park, right? To get in touch with nature. So you guys don't have to be like continue be a one of a whole bunch of human creation. Are you aware of how much humans have created in this society? Yeah, so do it by yourself because you cannot codependent on each other to heal your own wounds, heal your own negativity. You can only do it for your own self, even though you might trigger each other from time to time to understand what kind of negativity you guys are still holding on to, right? Look at this like a bright side, like a positive thing. Don't judge each other because your darkness coming out on the surface. Embrace that. It's okay to call each other out. Hey, Kage, why so defensive? Or Lawrence, why are you so selfish? You know, you can call each other out, but yeah, but don't continue the argument. Take that moment and to feel your own inner world, to feel your negative emotions. Are you engaging in that? Why are you engaging in that? Is there some sort of a trauma in the past something that you guys have encouraging this type of negative feelings that you haven't learned to let that go, to release, and you guys do know now that negative feeling continue the dark side of your life cycle. It's not gonna get any better until y'all learn to release it. Yeah, open your heart and soul to forgiveness. Open your heart and soul to compassion. Open your heart and soul to deconditioning your life. And you know expectation is not good for you. Expectation create conditioning in life. The more you expect something, the more you want to anticipate this outcome, want to control the external side of the environment, including control the other individual. I hope you guys are aware of this type of old patterns. Controlling. It's not a good thing, right? Through manipulating someone's feelings, it's not a good thing. That's not coming out of love. That's coming out of certain expectation and wanted to change something, but you cannot change the other person. You can only change yourself within you. Is there anything else that Kage and Lawrence need to know about this? They find creativity. It is all about co-creation. The deeper you dive within your own soul, the better you open up yourself to connect with divine, with your spiritual guardian. That's how you co-create. Your soul speaks the intuitive language. You both have such an innate ability. It is part of the nature, the true nature of human beings that are lost in time because our human ancestor chose the darkness to practice, and that's why they normalize so much negative emotion in this society. That's why it's a never-ending destruction. We kill each other, we hurt each other, we belittle each other's for that kind of reason, for the wrong kind of reason. No one's tell us that negative emotion are temporary thing until we choose exercise our own theory to release such negative emotions, and we turn our own soul back to unconditional love. That is the true divine light that your spirit guide want to send this message to both of you. Is there anything else Kage and Lawrence needs to know? Nature does your own good, but do not rely on nature to feel good. It wants you to understand that you cannot avoid your own darkness when you're being triggered, whatever happens in your day-to-day life. Take a moment to help yourself to release that kind of negative feeling without relying on anything to release that. Use your own free will, use your inner soul innate ability to do it. That is the only way to properly release that kind of negative feelings. And how do you know you have done that? Next time when you're encountering some similar triggers and you're still practicing it, and you feel like, yeah, you still have that kind of negative emotion, do you feel that is less or is it more? If it's less, it's a good thing. That means you take a little effort to release that tiny little effort, right? That means, yeah, it's effective. If it's still the same or it is still intensifying, that means you haven't done the necessary release. So do not give up on yourself. If you give up on yourself, nobody's gonna able to fix your inner negativities. Only you can do it for your own self. So I hope you all hear this higher calling. Is there any more their spirit guide want to say to them? Lawrence, does Lawrence have anything to say? Compassions. You are a compassion leader, Lawrence. Do not let your own personal desire to blind your compassion. Compassion is not discriminating. Compassion has nothing to do with personal preferences. If you have certain like and dislike, time to let that go. You need to embrace all beautiful. all living things on earth. Doesn't matter. Your own opinions won't matter. Your own opinions only create more light and dislike for you, to create more preferences, to cause you to divide what human beings are about. Yeah, you just need to understand how to discern the difference between dark and light. And now you guys know there are darkness in humans. Give people an opportunity to heal themselves too. You don't have to do anything for them. Remember, we can only do it for our own self to release the darkness. Remember that, Lawrence. It is important for you not to have this type of discriminating compassion. You need to open your heart, expand your heart chakra to receive the beauty and love for everything, for everyone on earth. And that's what makes you a compassionate leader. Anything else? I'm going to end it here and hope you both find this higher message from Divine to help you to continue this twin flame journey to ignite your unconditional love. Journal reading for Michelle. Got to use twin flame ascension deck here. Define creativity, acknowledge, honor your agreements. You are on twin flame journey. Why do I feel like you do know that? Once up on your lifetime, that you are on this twin flame journey. Perhaps there's some misinterpretation. Perhaps there's some false belief about this twin flame journey. Because I'm getting a knowledge card. Take responsibility. Honor your agreement. It feels like you're deviating from this soul contract with Divine. Yeah, that's confirmed it from your spirit guide. All this butterfly, all this rainbow color, the butterfly, it's about inner transformation. You have to do it properly, not only positively. Perhaps you are overusing in a positive way to make yourself feel good and not realizing that is not inner transformation. You are encouraging to suppress your negativity in order to feel good. That is another misinterpretation on your part. I don't know where you get information about your twin flame journey, perhaps. Listening, reading, or even chatting with people who's on twin flame journey, having their own opinions, having their own experience, to think that is the truth of matters. Whatever that is, including whatever spiritual sign that you might getting, that you misinterpret some of them. That's what I'm getting from your spirit guide. Yeah, all this 7 chakra. What is this? It's messy. Using too much of those portal to channel whatever you're trying to channel for whatever intention you have set for yourself to trigger some sort of attraction based on the intention, because your intention has energy, right? It's coming from your emotions, and you're trying to manifesting out of that through those 7 chakra, whichever one you're doing up on whatever timeline. I'm not sure how far back, even decades, even over 10 years ago, you have done that already at some levels to intensify the negative energy. That's one of the reasons why you have high energy. It doesn't mean you're healing. It doesn't mean you're on the light path. That's why you need to honor these agreements. What is this twin flame about? It's about healing yourself. Why do you need to heal yourself? Because you're trapped in this 3D matrix created by humans. Whatever their own opinions, whatever they think is best for the next generations. You inherit through your family tree. You inherit through whatever this societal system that's set up in your community. You didn't have a choice. I hope you're aware of that. You are blinded by that, driven by whatever, right? The so-called influences A lot of influences. Are you aware of that? The type of influence that you get since the day you were born, growing up in your family, wherever school that you go to, wherever neighbors that you have, wherever you live, wherever friends that you make, whoever you encounter in life, all of that are influencing you in some way. You need to acknowledge this type of darkness, the dark side, so-called influences, to trap you in those negativities. Are you still feeling negative feelings? Fear, sadness? Doesn't mean it's constant, right? Once word of the day that triggers. That is the dark side. Michelle's. You need to acknowledge that. That is not who you're supposed to be. Your soul cannot house those type of negativities that create those negative energy for you. And you call that high energy. That is not coming from the light. That's coming from the dark side. That's coming from your manifestation, using those type of energy to intensify such energy for you, and it's not good for your health. You need to take responsibility to not to take shortcut, not to use any tool. Wherever information you get to clutter your mind using those tools. The seventh chakra is not a tool to connect with the spiritual. It is not to foresee whatever information. That's not the purpose of the seventh chakra. People continue to misuse that to attract enormous amount of negativity. Yeah, light attract light. That is true. That's the law of attraction. But you just cannot use your negativity when you're not healed. How can you use whatever energy you're creating already inside of you to try to connect? Impossible. Only your spirit guide can assist you in that regard. You're not connect with it. You want me to say, what is it that you want me to say? He, her, both, at least 2, 3, 4. She have other entity attached to her. That is not her spirit guide. That's what's going on. You have other dark entity throughout a decade of manifestation. You're attaching to some sort of negative entity from the fourth dimensional. It's blocking you from truly connecting with your spirit guides. I'm using Pearl. I feel like you have at least 2 spirit guides from Divine. You haven't connected with them yet. You're blinded by the entity manipulating your negative emotions. Anything else about that? So you need to take your responsibilities. You need a knowledge of what's happening. Anything else about acknowledge and take responsibilities? Take responsibility to do your inner work whenever you are triggered by your negative emotion. You cannot sit on it. You cannot just move on with good feelings, whatever activity you're doing in the physical plane. Anything else? Yeah, what is this about this soul contract being a twin flame? Do y'all want me to talk to her about that? It's about taking the light path. It's about healing your soul. This is beyond personal desires. This is beyond of gratification. This is beyond the physical perspective of life. If you're unable to see from a spiritual perspective of life, and that's going to trap yourself in this 3D matrix. It doesn't matter what kind of identity you're giving to yourself, Michelle. This is not your first lifetime on Earth. You're carrying karma from past life into this lifetime as well, the stuff that you didn't do to heal the karmic warfare situation, karmic relationship, because you're trapped in your own negative feelings and not realizing those are not a permanent things. The more you continue to trap on that, the more that you're going to continue to intensify those type of negativities. Twin flame is not just about romantic love. Twin flame is about igniting your unconditional love. Your soul is come from this sea of light. It's part of the soul blueprints. It is birth from the divine, the one who created you. And you're supposed to co-create with your spirit guide in this lifetime to take this light path to heal yourself. Are you taking advantage of your emotional triggers? Why are you suppressing them through whatever activity you're doing? You should know what kind of negative emotion that you are being triggered every day. But why are you not diving deep enough to sense that? Are you so focused on people? Are you focused on activity that you do every day? Are you so focused on situation, too busy going about doing all these things and not realizing how you're using your own emotion to do all those things every day? And I hope you realize it. If you're writing an emotional novel, every time you write on that, what it is that you're feeling, Michelle, do you not feel those type of emotion? Can you not write those down? Perhaps it's already written in your novels. Why not go back and read it and see how many of those emotions that are you catching? Can you not write them all out? Are you taking advantage of that? To dive right in to release those type of negative emotions? Are you able to connect back to the original source of where did those emotions have started it? Your spirit guide is saying that you haven't done the necessary inner work to do the release. If you continue to have those negative emotions over and over, that means you haven't really healed, Michelle's. That's why you need to take that kind of inner responsibilities. But have your mindset make you think that you did. But what is the truth of the matter, Michelle? Do you actually know the truth? Or do you just like to think that what you think? But your spirit guide said you think what you think. There's a lot that you don't know about your inner world. Is there anything else about that? About honor your agreement? Is there any more I need to tell her? I'm glad to end it here. May you find light from your spirit guides. Spiritual message for Serisha. Using my Insight Oracle here, I'm getting a... Is it both sizes? Dream frame? False dream frame? Any specific message about this with false dream frame? And she think it's a real dream frame because that extra intensity is so real. Like that is the love of your life. And that's the purpose of being with your false dream frame. karmic lessons that needs to be learned between you two. Pay particular attention to your emotional reactions as well as the other person's. What kind of triggers are you getting in this relationship dynamic? So you can dive deeper into understanding your own dark side or what you can do to learn and grow through that. A little effort goes a long way because a little release can accumulate a lot of in the future when a major release is going to come. That is all at defined timings. So, Serisha, don't ignore those spiritual signs, number signs, words. Doesn't matter who's saying it, even through music, lyric songs, specific words. Could be those spiritual signs nudging you to certain things. So pay attention to that. Animals can be a spiritual sign for you as well. So don't ignore that too. I'm seeing bird, I'm seeing butterfly, I'm seeing snake, squirrel as well. They all mean something to you. Anything else? Number signs, that particular one you want me to tell? 3, focus on yourself, work on yourself. You need to pause if you're focused on the outside. Whatever activity you're trying to engage in, you need to pause. So you can focus on feeling your own self, what's going on inside of you. How are you feeling at that moment? Anything else about 3? It's also a warning sign when you're not focusing on your own self. It tries to nudge you to do that from above. You are important. Serisha, don't forget that. If you're not willing to forget yourself, if you're not willing to focus yourself, what else is going to be mattering? People cannot say, hey, I care about you. So what? Nobody can really help you care for your own self. Those are just words, right? Empty words. Or they might do something for you once in a while to make you feel good. But deep down inside, are you actually feeling good? Or is there something going on inside of you that you're not aware of, that you need to deal with, and you need to pull it out to deal with it? But if you're not focusing on your own self, how would you know what you need to deal with? So I hope that makes sense why the 3 is important. You see it continuously, right? It could be 2, 3 together or 3, 3 together. Anything else for Serisha? I'm glad to end here. So may you find life from the spirit guide. So journal reading for Jocelyn. Got to use the Negonita Shekeira tarot here. Getting a full card and also the Empress. And I'm getting it correctly about this deck. Beating of your own drum. It's about your desire. Your desire is your motivation of your life. And this is card 2 is the High Priestess, actually. You need to discover what's going on with you. Why do you having those desires? That's what I'm getting here. Because the High Priestess card is understanding the truth in a deeper level, not on the surface, not from a physical perspective of life, but you need to tap into your spiritual perspective of life that coming from your higher self. So you need to work on connecting with your soul, not for your ego, not for your consciousness. So if you need to find peace, you need to find find peace and harmony with that sacred space that is, to help you wind down each day, to help you connect to that. Perhaps there's something you're missing because you're so busy going about your day-to-day activity and you forget that you need a pause. You need to go deeper into feeling your own feeling at that moment in time. So I hope that that makes sense here. I mean, that is the overall message here. The more you are having inner awareness of you, the better that you understand why you have certain motivation, why you have certain desire. Then you can ask, are they serving your greatest good? This is a time to discern the difference between dark and light and throughout this lifetime. And I hope this helped you. I'm going to end here. May you find life in your spiritual guardian. Spiritual message for Caryn. Going to use the Lover Oracle here for you. This is what I say. Acceptance is the key to inner peace. At times, we must accept things as they are. There's no point in trying to change that which is beyond our control. So you really cannot change people. Can't change in the environments, wherever that situation might be on your external side of life. All you can do is to change the way how you feel and your perceptions, okay? And this is the end of your message. May you find life in your spiritual guardian. Spiritual message for Brandon. Got to use the Sacred Light Oracle here. This is like violet fire. You know, purple, it's really signifying soul healing. But we'll see what this say on the guidebook for you. 35. You know, the inner sensation has no scientific proof because it's so invisible and it's so personal and unique only to you, Brandon. Nobody can tell you how you feel inside. Nobody can in touch with your soul either. Only you can do that. So everything about you inside is energy, and that's what your soul is made up of, energy. Wherever you feel, it's what kind of energy is going to emit. And that's what creates this aura field in you. It's not somebody can see it unless that person has a special aura, psychic ability that can see your aura. So be aware of that. But however, you certainly can tell if you use your intuitive ability to do that, to feel what it's feel like, whether in energy you're emitting each time you're engaging in certain emotions. The spiritual guardians want you to listen to that inner voice. It is not about the way how you use your body to talk, to see, to sense, to taste, to touch. It's not like that. When you come to that inner voice, it's more about your intuitive side of you that you have to use, right? It is so invisible. So staying calm, being still, significantly important while you're doing that. So you're not engaging in any personal desire to interfere with that kind of sensation, because your personal desire tend to misinterpret that sensation. Is there anything else about this? What does this say you want me to talk to Brandon about? So this is the end of your reading, Brandon's. May you find life in your spiritual guardian. Spiritual message for Donna. I'm having this page of coin here. Guide to use the Star Spanner Tarot here. You are holding on to something, some sort of materialistic desire that you want to have. Think you've been wanting to achieve this goal for some time, perhaps maybe a hobby. That's what I'm seeing, the word hobby. Is there anything else you want me to emphasize here? Opportunities being blocked. That's what I'm getting. Perhaps the environment. Perhaps, I don't know why participation comes to me in this regard. What is this participation? She missed the participation. You miss the participation, and the environment is hindering you from moving forward with this particular goal, so-called hobby. Because there's also a lot of clarity, even though it's say inexperience, but I don't feel like it. I think it's feel like what did I just say? I don't know why I'm being blocked here. You have blocked the energy, like something going against you, not wanting to achieve this goal. This energy is so strong, it even blocking me. After what I say, it's totally wiped out my brain, from recalling what I just said to you. That is so weird. It needs to dive deeper into this blocked energy. This one card reading is not gonna help you get the truth of matter out of it while you're having blocked energy. It's like it's self-inflicted. Perhaps you are practicing some negativities that have not realizing it, how strong that you have reinforcing it throughout this lifetime to cause this blockage. So you have hard time achieving this hobby that you desire. Is there anything else? So I'm glad to end here. May you find light from your spiritual guardian. Journal reading for Nadia. I'm glad to use the Twin Flame extension deck here. Honor your agreement, mystical messages. Soul contract with divine on this Twin Flame journey, Nadia. Perhaps you might heard of it. Perhaps you are aware of it. Two soul having the highest frequency compatibility with your twin flame counterpart. There's only two soul are like that out of this universe. It's beyond soulmate. You can have many soulmates, but you can only have one twin flame partner. And there's nowhere else in the special way. And yet, you guys travel this soul journey together from one lifetime to the next lifetime. Doesn't matter what kind of life event, what kind of destiny have in store for you both. You have to honor this special agreement. It is a soul contract from divine. I hope you're aware that you're on this higher purpose to heal whatever karma that you guys have not finished. What is karma? The dark side in humans. Where is that coming from? Human ancestor chose it, like a forbidden food. Yeah, divine said, don't pick it. It's poison. Hey, still got curious and picked it and ate it ever since then. Yeah, this darkness passed from one generation to the next, and then the human decided to call that a normalcy for everybody. So yeah, that's what happened. That is a culprit. That's why everybody gets stuck into, oh, emotions are normal. They're all good. You just have to manage the dark side of it so you will be fine. But that is not the case here. About this mission emotions, Nadia, and whoever your twin flame counterpart is. And you have to honor this agreement to learn to ignite your unconditional love. Is easily said than done. How are you been doing that? Have you done any inner work? Are you embracing all the emotional trigger that have been happening to you so far, or you choose to dismiss them? Yeah, you did dismiss some of them. You missed out some opportunities. Perhaps you're trapped into those emotions that you want to what? interact with whoever or whatever situations came to your life, and that's how you're stuck in that cycles, so-called karmic cycles. Could be karmic cycle in situation, could karmic cycle with anybody, right? The more you interact with your negativity, the more you're stuck, and the more you create more karmic situation for yourself. It's like a never-ending karmic situation, right? It's keep building up more and more. You might create a new one, or you might get stuck with the old one. Perhaps you have worked on some of that since your spirit guide said you missed some opportunity, but that's a good thing, right? That means you did something good for yourself to release some of those as well. But I feel like your guardian said you need to increase your awareness. You need to expand outside this physical perspective of life so you can integrate your spiritual perspective of life further. The key is to surrender your ego. The key is to surrender your personal desire. The key is to discern the difference between dark and light. The key is to stop labeling things, what is good and bad, what do you like and what you don't like. This is called labeling, Nadia. Labeling, it's not good for you. Labeling causes you to limit yourself, to restrict, so you wouldn't go out of that possibility that you had defined for yourself. I hope you understand the universal love frequency. It's all about embracing all beautiful things on earth. It's not based on the way how you perceive them. All things are beautiful. All people are beautiful. Doesn't matter they have consciousness or no consciousness. Doesn't matter what they have done to destroy the society or other people. Can you embrace all of that to love? To see the bright side of that. Anything else about this? Honor your agreement. Mystical messages. Follow the sign. You know you have spiritual signs. Is there a particular thing Nadia needs to know? Feather. Feather meaning your spirit guide is with you. You need to ignore its presence. Invite it to your sacred space. Don't do it out of personal desire. Your spirit guide is not a wishing well. It is not a blessing, Nadia. Do not ask, hey, can you help me with this, blah, blah, blah. Can you tell me what's going on with this, blah, blah, blah. That is your preference. That has nothing to do with your honor your agreements. To ignite your unconditional love, Nadia. When you're not, because of ego gets in the way, you need to learn to decondition your preferences, how you label things in life, why you're stuck in your physical perspective of life. It isn't about belief in spiritual. It is about practicing being a spiritual being. It has nothing to do with belief system. Anything else about mystical messages? What is this? Knowledge? Knowledge is not something you obtain from other people. Knowledge is not something about reading a book or give you a step-by-step. There is no such thing. You need to surrender to this adventure on this twin flame journey to learn how to deconditioning everything, how to unlearn everything, how to undo everything. Anything else. This is part of the surrendering. If your ego, desire, preference, and so forth are still getting in the way, that means you're not surrendering to this spiritual journey to heal. There's a high calling for you. Why? Your guide said there's a warning. Because of your desire taking priorities above your healing journey. This is a big no-no. This is going against the soul contract you're having with Divine. This is not about your twin flame counterpart. Learning to ignite your unconditional love is beyond loving a single human being. This is no fantasy, Nadia. Being romantic. That's not what this love is about. If you look around you, how many destructions is happening in this society. You know that. You know what's on the news. You know what kind of things are happening around the world, why people are dying. Do you want to continue this path of darkness? Do you want to continue to be the contributor to this dark society? You need to be honest with yourself. Anything else? Don't follow the wrong sign. It is not about manifestation. If you're manifesting, yes, you are manifesting using your negativity. That's not how it works, Nadia. Like I said, your spirit guide, it's not a wishing well. Quick, using your personal desire to live this life. You need to go beyond that. Break that kind of old patterns. Anything else for Nadia here? This is another warning. Anything else for Nadia here? I'm glad to end it. May you find life from your spiritual guardian. Spiritual message for Aliyah using the guiding light oracle here. Purging process. Maybe experiencing emotional discomfort that is disrupting your inner peace. Wherever that emotional discomfort, you need to dive deeper right in there to interpret what is that emotions. It is coming from some sort of fear. Your spirit guide said something is triggering you. Whatever situation that is triggering your fear. Aliyah, you need to connect back to the source of this fear. What it is that you've been practicing about this fear. I'm seeing the word trauma. Something is traumatizing you since childhood. That's what I'm getting here. You need to go back to that childhood. What it is that you haven't healed this particular wound. I'm getting the word ghost here. You're afraid of ghosts? Is she experiencing something? A real ghost? Fantasy? False belief? I'm not saying there isn't no ghost. Not that it isn't no ghost. I personally experienced it, being possessed 2 times by ghosts, okay? But since I was a child. Even though I was traumatized by that, it took me a long time to heal. But this is, I'm not saying ghost, it isn't real, but I don't feel like you have experiencing that kind of experience that I have in my personal life, you know? But I think it's coming from something that you hear, story maybe, something that you watch, maybe from a theater, that may be traumatizing, that triggering fear, not realizing how intense that can be. It is time for you to realize you can embrace the spiritual side of it. You don't have to afraid of it. You know your soul is spiritual, right? Once you leave this lifetime, you'll travel to another world and wait for another reincarnations. So I hope this makes sense to you, okay? You have to learn to embrace all living things. They're all beautiful. There's no need to see it like in a negative way, like a harmful way. So that way to help you to release this fear, okay? Wherever this emotional discomfort you're having, dive deeper within your own self. So that way you don't have to keep practicing fear-based of living. So you can ignite the love-based of living in your life. Guide to end here. May you find life from your spiritual guardian. Journal reading for Layla. Guide to use the spiritual awakening oracle here. The law of abundance and the law of allowing. Let me check to see how the guide wants to interpret for you their specific message here. Law of abundance. Okay, it's 39 and 41. The spiritual truth is that the very essence of who you are is abundance. You have to understand where your soul is coming from before you're having a physical body. You have to understand your soul is full of energy. Yet, yeah, even your body does have energy, even though it's a power life form. But your soul contains all kinds of energies. But where are those energy coming from? So you have to dive deeper into your emotion. Each of your emotions emitting different type of energy, either sink you or it's gonna elevate you in a positive way. So you want to align that kind of energy that really elevate you. You might call this a soul ascensions. And that is the true spiritual abundance this card is trying to nudge you to, try to explain it to you. So it's not the opposite of what you have been encounter, whatever you have been practicing, whatever you've been triggering throughout this lifetime. So the more you can work on align to that, elevated energy, the better your abundance is gonna be. And that's what this law attraction deck is all about this type of energy. But let me go to the law of allowance. Is there more need to emphasize here about the abundance? Resistancy. It's talking about certain area of your life. There's a stuck feeling. There's a stuck energy, whether you're feeling it or not, but the energy is a stuck energy. It's like it's not changing. It's not transforming. Perhaps you're limiting yourself because you're practicing the same thing over and over every day, not realizing it. Maybe everything is two routines, getting up, going to work, hang out with whoever, the same people, talking about similar thing, doing a similar activity. So therefore you're engaging the similar energy. So it gets you really stuck in that type of energy. So I hope you see your old patterns are actually creating the same energy. They do not elevate you in any way. It causes you to stop where you are. So it's up to you to identify what really you want to do in this lifetime. But before you can identify that, you have to discern what is serving your greatest good, what is not serving your greatest good. So you have to dissect the type of emotion that are you using to immune certain type of energy. That is the way of understanding, hey, probably the fear is not so great, the worry is not so great, anticipating life is not so great because you're not enjoying the moment as of today. Perhaps there's a past wound that you're still holding on to. You haven't done anything about them, causing you to get stuck with those judgment, right? Because you have some unpleasant experience in the past. If you encounter them similar way, same person, same situation, similar stuff, you're gonna get triggered by those same emotions that's causing to sink your energy. So I hope that makes sense, right? So therefore you have to change, right? If you're not changing about them, then that's where you're gonna get stuck, keep practicing the same old thing, and it's affecting your abundance too. So I hope you see these two cards are interrelated. I'm going to end here. I hope this helped you. May you find life in your spiritual guardian. Disease in you, Megan, and her dad Gary. God, you use the thought tells here. Say where psychological deck to make us Let me see the Bible interpretation here. This is the second session here. 2. The thoughts, the idea, the egos try to comprehend a lot of things, but they don't go too far. But I feel like there's some sort of a blockage of, in the past, your relationship with him. Your dad wants to say, forgive me. Perhaps the relationship wasn't so great in the past. That's what I'm getting, Megan. Forgive him. I hope you hear this message from him. Is there anything else about this? Maybe is there something has said in the past coming up too strong? And it hurts. That's what I'm getting. When the message was so strong and it hurt. And it then meant it's still holding on to this pain. Like you got wish to do it over again. That's what I'm getting here. But even though he is no longer here on earth, you can renew Megan again, because I feel like he understands. That's why he said to forgive him. And Megan said she did. Will you forgive yourself too, great Gary? And he said yes. He wants you to be happy, Megan, so you don't have to keep carrying this deep wound in you. It was foolish at that time because the feeling blinded by what was being said or even done to each other. Regardless, I feel like the love in this family, it's always there. Never doubt this love, Megan. It's infinite between you and him. That's what I'm sensing through this energy. Is there anything else about this first card here? And let me move on. Let me move on to the zero, the full card here. There's quite a bit of card here that I need to move forward to understand what this is. Longing of the soul to merge. Wish for the dissolution of all limitation. This is about eternity, the soul. like going through life cycles. In some of those cycles, there are growth. In some of those cycles, there are obstacles that causing to move backward between you two. But Gary said he had growth in the divine. He finally sees something about the difference between living on earth and having a soul living at the divine levels. Those are two different dimensions, quite different. It feels like this is like a forever comic situations with families. Yeah, there's moment of regrets, the moment of guilt, but he will never forget the time, the joy that he shared with his families. Their moments are like that, purely, genuinely, love and joy. This is also for you, Megan, about life cycle. And it's like that too for you. Their moment of growth and moment of setback as well. But it's worth going back and reflect on them while you're still here, Megan. To see what are those obstacles, to see what have you been doing to grow yourself as well. So that way you don't have to limit yourself by those burdens, by those attachments that cause you to have unhappiness. And this card is signify you to do that, to be adventurous about discovering yourself too. So that way you don't have regrets. So that way you don't have guilt before you leave this lifetime. So I hope that makes sense. I think this is coming from your dad saying that's what he been experienced in this lifetime. And yeah, he wished he could done something differently, but it was too late for him, right? So he didn't want you to experience what he had experienced before. That's the message from him to you. So I hope you hear this high calling from Divine as well. But let me move on to the next card here, the Priestess. Consciousness. Lifting the veil. I think there's a deeper side of you, Megan, that you should lift the veil to see what that is. Perhaps there are still some secrets that you don't want to go back to. Some dark secrets. Perhaps you think you put it away, but this card telling you that you need to put that out to revisit of what they are. Perhaps there's some pain involved. For some reason, there's some images involved in that as well. Something physical as well involved in that as well. Perhaps they're stuck in the unconscious side of you. That leads to what is this? That she need to heal from them for some reason. Wherever that is, they are still bothering you deep down inside, Megan. in your unconscious levels. You don't need to treat them like a threat. See them as something that you need to grow from them in a positive way. If you're willing to pull them out and release those unfavorable experiences. Anything else about this card? So that way you can bloom the happiness that you so need. Let me go to card number 3, the Empress. Motherhood. Whose motherhood? Megan's motherhood? Perhaps you might have kids of your own, Megan. That's what I'm getting here. This is a season of harvest. I think you need to find a balance between your masculine and feminine energy. So that way you are more balanced. Masculine is more active energy, feminine is more intuitive, so-called passive energy. It's more about your inner world. Masculine is more the doing side, the outer side of you, right? Doing activity every day. You need to find some balance so that way you can interact with your children better. That's what I'm getting here. When you're off balance between those two type of energy, it's going to cause you to either overdoing and ignore yourself, or the vice versa, or maybe you're too passive and wait for a sign, like a gut feeling to tell you, hey, should I do this or should I not do this? Like a doubt, lacking clarity as well. So yeah, you need to think carefully about how you tend to those energy. So you should need to incorporate both energy at the same time to help you to find that balance. Perhaps the kids are making you busy for some reason. I don't know how old they are, but sometimes they have demands. Sometimes they need their mommy or something for something, wherever that is, something about school. I don't know what that is, like finance, something related to money as well. Is there anything else about this one? It's never easy to be parenting. That's what I'm getting from Gary here. But you just have to learn and grow. You cannot like using protections, using fear to teach, to be a parent. You have to learn to sometimes let go, to let the children to explore themselves, to find their way, what is really truly best for them. So yeah, your dad, I hope you can see that, because he's been learning that himself as well. Anything else about the Empress? No, let me go to the Hierophant. This one? It's 4? No. This one? This is about power. This card, the Hierophant. What kind of power? Spiritual power. Your dad has understanding now about the soul, has so much spiritual powers wherever he is now in divine. Yeah, it is challenging when living in a physical body. Too much image, too much physical living, then tend to forget about the spiritual energy that house within one's soul. He wants you to understand that the more that you hold on to your own wounds, the lower your energy is going to be, and it's going to hurt your own soul. So he wants you to realize that you can release your sufferings. Like he's working on that. He's been working on this to truly find who he is. And he said you can do that too, Megan. You don't have to bound by all those negativities in life to cause you the unhappiness, to cause you to continue to suffer by all those burdens. You can live a fearless based living just by tapping into the love in your heart. You know, family, it's always about love. Being human being, it's always about love. He said we shouldn't love with fear. We should love with the purest form of heart. And he wants you to see that too. He wants you to be happy. And let me move on to Megan, your spirit guide said you do have the inner wisdom in you to transform your own self just to be this love being. And there's also a high calling for you to take such a path, that inner self transformations. Just believe that you can do it. Little efforts goes a long way. And let me move on to this Knight of Swords here. This one. Imaginations. Something about nature. Imagining something about the nature. What is that? Understanding. You need a deeper receptivities in order to achieve the clarity to understand what it is about the nature is not the one that humankind have imagined about the nature. Like look up on the sky at night, oh, all those twinkle twinkle little stars are so beautiful. What is exactly out there in that kind of nature that you don't actually see with your own eyes? I think that this card is wanting you to dive deeper into connecting with your soul. And it feels like your soul have this special connection with the universe. There is this invisible frequency of love that's trying to connect with you through your higher self, Megan. That's what I'm getting here. It wants you to dive deeper to activate this intuitive side of you, your feminine energy. Can you spend some time, that sacred time for your own self to do that? In doubt, is too much distraction, close your eyes and be still and be in peace and see what it is that you're connecting to. I think that will be a great exercise for you to have this sacred time for your own self. Is there anything else about this? This is the last card, Prince of Swords. Yeah, your dad want to point out our soul has always connect with divine, with our own spiritual guardian. It's just that we're living in so much in the physical form of light, and we just don't know how to feel our own soul, and that's what's going on. I feel like, yeah, live in a more simpler life, not complicate anything. Perhaps you're doing too much, Megan. Maybe it's too busy, that you need to slow down on all those things. Perhaps simplify as much as you can, not to complicate all any of those tasks that you think you have to do. Perhaps those are the responsibility that you no longer need to have them. I hope you see, so that way lessen your own burdens, to spend, to create more time for your own self. Otherwise, when you're disconnecting with your soul, you're going to get lost in this lifetime. Life it isn't about doing. You're not a human doing. You are a human living, experiencing this lifetime to the best of that you can, to appreciate every moment that you have before it is too late, right? And let me go to this last card and see which one the message. It's about perception. This card change your perception in life, so you can have a different perspective about how you're approaching life. That's what I'm getting here. Perhaps too much norms in the society, perhaps too much expectation in the society, perhaps there's too much pressure now in the economies as well, causing people to react, to be in fear. And it's hard to live like that when you're being triggered by unpleasant feelings that are not good for your well-being. So you just have to learn to let go a little bit at a time, to understand, hey, I only have one lifetime here. Why not make the best out of it that I can and know how? And allow love in your heart to guide you. I think that is the most important message about love. And your dad say yes, that is the most important thing about life. It's about love. It's not about getting more stuff or paying bills in that regards. Is there any more about this last message here? So let go of those imaginative ideas about life. Perhaps we need to go back to the fundamental basic of what it's like to be a human being instead of being the human doing. Is there any more, Gary? He is aware when he is aware. I feel like the spiritual are sending him message when you are talking to him wherever at the graveyard. I feel like he said he's aware of that. Megan's. Why is there tears crying? That's what I'm getting at the graveyard. He he said he's aware of that. He wants you to be happy, Megan. That's why it makes him feel guilty when you're not happy. Do you understand that? I feel like your heart and heart are still connect with each other's. It makes him sad to know that you're crying. So whatever it is, you can love yourself. I hope you understand that's what this reading is about. He wants you to heal the wounds so you don't have to live with regrets. Do not repeat what he repeat anymore in this reading. And my guided to end here, Megan. And I hope this reading help you to reconnect back with your dad's soul. There's a message for Jim. Guided to use this, the healing water oracles. Is that beneath the surface? What really driving you? True motive, breaking free. Let me go to the Bible. Is there some specific elaboration for you? Yeah, the first thing you gotta dive beneath the surface. The physical world, so much distractions, too many creations, and then you are going through all this. People look at you, you look at people, and then you're dealing with the physical form of life, whatever situation might be. That is all the surface level of living. But what is really behind all of that? Yeah, why things have to happen this way? Why it's like, yeah, I think that is something that you need to go deeper to what is below all of that. It is asking you to this healing water signify emotions. Emotion is really part of your life, but there's some negative kind, there's some positive kind. But are you aware how each kind of emotion is actually driving you behind all of this? It wants you to integrate this emotional side of you to understand what is the driving force, okay? The more you are connected to this, what's below the surface, the better you will say, oh, once upon a time I was afraid because I encountered this situation that is, I'm suddenly being triggered because I feel like I'm being harmed. Maybe I'm in a danger zone. Do you see, Jim? That's what you need to do every day. Connect to this physical form of light and then go beneath that to feel what that feeling is and how is it tied to that particular situation to help you, okay? Do not just go about your day-to-day living and that's it, and don't go into your inside to feel, oh, what kind of emotional trigger are you having right now? Why do you have to so reactive based on this situation, right? Perhaps there's something that you need to work on, because the more you're reacting to situation, the more you're going to lose control one day, because your emotions are purely taking over. It's going to blind your mind and gonna continue to hurt your soul and not realizing it. Do you see how people can get so upset and then they did something to harm another being, and then they say, oh, I don't know, I was so enraged, I don't know why I did what I did. It happened like that. I want this world, you don't want to be like that. That will be an extreme side of life, because those people never go below the surface of the day-to-day activity to feel their own emotion, to keep that in check, to see what they need to do to say, hey, I don't need to react to this. I can let go my fear, or I can let go my anger for forgiving. Perhaps there's something tied back to long time ago where your wound hasn't been healed. Maybe there's a original source of that causing you to be afraid or causing you to be angry, that you haven't done anything about it to release that kind of negativity. So therefore, whenever you encounter a situation, you keep having those emotional reaction over and over until you blind yourself and then do something outrageous, right, beyond reason. So, and this is the end of your spiritual message here. I hope this helped you. And journal reading for Jim, I'm going to use the Twin Flame Ascension deck here for you. Got the Divine Order Participations, have defined creativity, receiving cosmic intelligence, and the last card is the sacred sexuality, assessing the unified field. Define order. You're on twin flame journey, Jim. What is twin flame? Two souls having the highest frequency match. That is the most highest compatibility with another soul on earth. It is beyond soulmate. This is not soulmate, Jim. You can have many soulmate and be compatible, having friendship or even having a soulmate romantic love. But twin flame is different, right? The highest compatibility. It is not something anyone can ask for. If the nature have creating two soul, birthing two soul, to have that kind of highest frequency, and that is the most beautiful things to have. Twin flame pair, it's about igniting their own unconditional love on earth, to be a leader, to show the world of what love is truly all about. The word unconditional, if you're realizing how society are conditioning life, hey, this journey is trying to tell do the opposites to build a beautiful relationship. And that's what this is about, yeah. Love unconditionally. It is not about putting whatever I want, I desire at priority. Do you see? I desire, yeah, creating condition in life. That is not pure form of love. So it's trying to tell you that in this, what is twin flame? And everything is at defined order, and you need to learn to surrender to this twin flame journey. That's another thing. That's why it's a participation, why practice surrendering your desire, so that way you can sync with the frequency of this defined order. This journey is a blessing to a twin flame soul. It is hard to find a twin flame soul. You cannot ask for it. When the right time is there, the destiny will meet this soul. You cannot escape this destiny. The longer you try to delay it, the more huge life cycle it's going to come back to you and start from a new beginning over and over again, right? This is not avoidable. A lot of people try to avoid their twin flame because, oh, they think it suck. They think, oh, they're serving me a catalyst. Oh, there's a love and hate relationship. This is too intense. I cannot handle it. Or because they never think that there's a dark side in them, that they need to do something about it in order to learn what unconditional love is all about. It's not, I'm not saying this journey is easy, sure, but you will certainly learn a lot about yourself, the dark side of you, what it is that you need to learn to let go, what it is that you need to do in order to ignite this love, right? Through deconditioning, like doing the opposite of all the conditioning in life that have already happened to you, Jim. Anything else about divine order? Surrendering is also meaning co-creating with divine, and I hope you have a spiritual guardian, and that's what I'm tapping into to get this Akashic record for you, Jim. It's all from your spiritual guardian, so you need to learn to co-create with your spiritual guardian. Watch for signs everywhere. It could be come from anywhere. It could be come from outside. It could be come from somebody. It could be coming from you and suddenly you're having an epiphany. Oh, something. Oh, why do I suddenly know something like that? That's what it is. That is a spiritual sign to you, Jim. Don't ignore that. It is beautiful to have this type of connection, that don't doubt that you're not able to connect with your spiritual guardian. All you need to see beyond the physical living. Remember the first card? Go beneath the surface. Don't take everything at face value. There has to be a higher purpose, right? Perhaps there is a soul lesson that you need to learn, Jim. Don't forget that everywhere. The community is like your supporter. You just have to take advantage of that. Don't will life so negative, like pessimistic about life. That's not the right attitude, Jim. You gotta open your heart to receive love, to create your own unconditional love. even though the divine is sending you a blessing, but your heart is so closed and your mind is so narrow, everything's so pessimistic. How are you going to open your heart to love? I hope you understand why you need to do the opposite. If you're doing something like what everybody else is doing in the society, do not be like them. Do not conform to norms. Do not conform to their own opinions. You know what is best for you from your inside. You know you can connect with your higher self to understand your true self. Where are you coming from? Divine creativity, receiving cosmic intelligence. And that's what this is all about. All this beautiful rainbow color, it symbolizes the 7 chakra system, and all this beautiful butterfly. What is that? It is about your inner transformation. How are you transforming yourself? And I can tell you, you have been transforming yourself, but are you aware of that? The more you're aware of your feeling, the better you will understand how you've been transforming yourself so pessimistic. I keep getting the word pessimistic from your spiritual guardian. Perhaps you know that, Jim. Are you still denying it? That is good for you? Perhaps it isn't, right? Why do you want to be negative? Don't you want to be in the light? Don't you want to open your heart to this true form of love, to blossom this abundance? Abundance shouldn't be measured by how wealthy you are. Abundance, it shouldn't be measured by, oh, am I safe in where I'm living? Do you hear what I'm saying here? Abundance come from the inner world, from your inside, that you're happy no matter what you do, no matter where you are going, no matter what happened in your life, that you are still happy. This happiness is you can only give to yourself. Nobody else can give it to you. No matter what happened on the outside in the external environment, it can never affect this happiness. That happiness is solid. It is from your soul blueprints. That is the sea of light that you were meant to born into. But unfortunately, all this negativity, from past experiences. And you are correct, because why? You attach your negative experiences with negative emotions, and you need to learn to undo that. You need to unlearn that, to not to continue this pessimistic will of life. Go back and reflect each one of them to help yourself to release those, whatever it is that you're judging, that you're still holding on to the grudge, you still want to have vengeance. I don't know who crossed the line and makes you angry, that you want, what you feel like you've been treated unfairly, that you want to get even, that type of thing. This is coming from anger, Jim. Didn't I tell you from the previous first reading about how people get angry, they don't deal with it? Guess what? The anger flare up being, beyond the trigger points, and did something stupid to do some more damage in the society. That's the last thing that you want to be like that, Jim. While you still have awareness, right? You can do something positive about it to release it in a proper way. It is no time to run away from that, from the dark side. The sacred sexuality, accessing union fields. Let me see the particular thing. This is about creativities. I think that creations, it is a sacred chakra, sacral chakra. It is one of the is it part of the chakra here? No. Okay, let me move. I might be thinking about something else. 97. You need to expand your receptivity in order to help yourself to tap into a different dimensional plane. This is called the 3-dimensional. The 4th dimensional, it's where people trap themselves in negativity. When their soul die, they stuck there. And you might call this hell, afterlife. This is the last place you want to connect to. People are not realizing open their seven chakra and using their negativities and then trap themselves into attracting those type of negative entities, get stuck in that dimension. So be aware of that. And then there's a fifth dimensional world where your spiritual guardian is at, from the divine world. That is the place of light. That's a place of love only. There is no negativity over there. They don't practice negative emotion. Be aware of that, Jim. There's zero negative emotion. Everything is the purest form of love. Everything is so pristine. It never, contaminated by any darkness. And that is the most beautiful energy to have. It's so light, no burden, no responsibility. It's all about pure love. It warms your heart and soul. That is the type of energy. If you ever ignite this unconditional love, that's what you will feel inside of you. Never pessimistic at all. Anything else? Yeah, it is about loving yourself first. When you love yourself, then you know how to speak the language of love in this regard. But you have to learn to deconditioning your life as well first, right? What kind of false belief are you having that you need to let go? Is there some false sense of value in life that you need to let go? They tend to trap you into conditioning life. Is there any more? Yeah, you need to open your heart to create your sacred space inside to have this temple of love. Little efforts goes a long way once you identify deconditionally all those negativities, and you will learn to love yourself differently, not attaching to anything without any codependency of anything. That's how you should love yourself, to bring yourself back into peace and loving energy. And you will know it when you get there, Jim. Peace, participation again. Everything is in divine order. Take advantage of any of those triggers that the community is supporting you to do, so you can learn to do proper inner self transformation to release those negativity. Then you don't have to judge whatever from your past experiences anymore. Is there any more I need to say about this reading for Jim? Guide to enter here. May you find light from your spiritual guardian. This is past life reading for Jim. Got to use the immunology manifestation oracle here, and also the tale of the gnomes. And let me see how I want me to approach here. But the first card, step up and lead, and you want me to do one oracle and one tale first. And this is a full card here. Okay, once upon the time, you were so happy and so free. And I'm seeing this guy is like missing his shoes, and there's only one shoes walking one bare feet and the other one is comfortable. But I don't think he's feeling discomfort at all. He's just enjoying his life regardless of how poor he was. So you were poor, but still so happy. That's what I'm getting here. Until something happens. Somebody stole whatever the necessity that you needed it to survive for that particular day. You went into wherever you were going. That triggered so much fear in you, Jim, in that particular lifetime. Should I talk about which location, which timeline? Timeline, location, timeline. 1800s, somewhere in the 1800s. Yeah, that is so unfair. It's horrifying. And you were so pissed. Why would anyone who did something like that to you when you were working so hard to gather that resource that you need, like a bread that you need to eat for that day, and someone just snatched it out of you? Anything else about that? Yeah, you were suffering with hunger while you were having all those negative feelings coming out of you. Is there anything about this particular lifetime? The oracle said new moon in Capricorns. You know, Capricorn is quite a leader in this type of zodiac sign. Is that step up and lead? Is there a specific message on the guidebook that I need to tell him? Yes, let me go into that. New moon Capricorn. Hmm. Hmm. I want you to think about your life in this lifetime. Where do you want to go? What do you want to achieve? Perhaps you have visualizing it. Maybe, I don't know, once up on this lifetime. It wants you to rethink, reprioritize it. Perhaps wherever you thought that was good for you, but your guardian said, wait a minute, Jim, do you even know yourself deep enough to understand? Do you really want to spend that much time to go achieve that kind of goals? I feel like there's a few goals that you have in this lifetime. But your guardian said, what a waste of your efforts to go achieve those goals that you once upon a time having the ideas. That's what you wanted. Perhaps your feelings has already changed. Perhaps your feeling is so fragile wherever you have experienced it that caused you to you might not be the same idea anymore as of today. It wants you to go back and reflect on those type of feelings. Perhaps once upon a time you're not realizing you're so emotionally driven to create those type of idea to think that you want to achieve in this lifetime, but by the time you hit yourself at the rock bottom, by the time you hit yourself at the wall and then realize, oh, probably this is not you, Jim. So therefore your guardian said, yeah, you need to go back and step it up and find a new direction, find a new path to your life approach. And yeah, it doesn't want you stuck in being unfair. It doesn't want you stuck in being anger. It doesn't want you stuck in, oh, I need to have resources. I feel like there's an underlying insecurity going on in here about survivals, hunger. Perhaps is there like a comic situation that he was starving? Jim, why do I feel like in this lifetime you were starving? I don't know for how many days, perhaps out of illness, perhaps the moment in time that you were so poor that you have to look at the budget to eat certain type of thing that you can afford a healthy normal meals. That's what I'm getting here. This is something that you have to reflect on, this feeling, right? The insecurity, the hunger, the feeling of being poor, not having adequate resource, not having adequate money to live a healthier life, a better life, or something like that. I feel like your heart is still having this wound that hasn't healed yet. And this is, yeah, if this step up and lead, it's asking you to find a new approach of life, finding a new path, a new direction. that can help you release all of this negativity that you're having. Anything else about this particular one? I'm going to the next one here. Is this a card for this particular one or both? Only so 2 cards per one reading? Okay, this isn't a lifetime for you. It seems like your guardians want me to do multiple past life, okay? If you need to listen to again, feel free to go to my Pinterest account, and I have my YouTube link on my profile. And once you go to my YouTube, there's a multiple link because I have 5 social media accounts. Click on the Pinterest and you will find the public service TikTok folder and look for today's date, which is the 23rd, and just click on that and the video will run, and look for your name and click on the timestamp, okay? Because it is a lot of work that you need to do to heal yourself here. It worth re-listening to it whenever there's a high calling for you. So this is the High Priestess 2. I'm seeing her book dangling. And yeah, her finger seems like pointing at something, right? But she's not even looking at it. She's so happy and all of that, but she's not looking at what she's pointing at with this tiny little finger here. So, and I feel like some sort of about excitement in this lifetime. Too exciting, lacking a planning. Like once up on your time, it is still in the 1800s, 1700 and 1800. No, 1600. So this lifetime is in the 1600s, somewhere along that line. Perhaps too much enthusiasm that you didn't think that you need to prepare for whatever that you wanted it in that lifetime, because I feel like once up on this lifetime you were happy because of full of excitement in life. Like you want to do this, you want to do that, you want to go out and be adventurous and explore, whether by yourself or with someone. It sounds quite opposite in this lifetime, I know. So yeah, and that's a lot of preparation, not enough planning. You just jump right in with that kind of enthusiasm. But however, there's a boo-boo. Because of this, what happened? He got hurt. Jim got hurt. He felt. Is that a hill that he felt? He rolled down the hill because the shoes lace? The shoes? He didn't look. He didn't have the. Oh, he didn't. He's supposed to hold on to a stick to walk because you were so optimistic at that time, so enthusiastic at that time. You were walking too fast. Wherever that you were wanted to go or do something, so you trip and roll down and hurt yourself. That is uphill and going downhill. Ew. How serious that injury? You spanned your ankles and you boosted your forehead as well. On the side of the forehead, you went unconscious for a little while, for a day. Oh, okay. Did anyone find him? Yeah, somebody did find you to help you in that regard. So, Jim, I feel like that enthusiasm triggered fear in you. It triggered a shot in you. because you had never faced such a struggle before in that lifetime, because I feel like it's because of your enthusiasm, your adventurous side in you in that lifetime. Like you never thought you will put a pause in your life where you couldn't walk for a while. And also your concussion of the head injury, right? It took a little while to bring back your mind to think, because it hurts. I feel like you're in pain your head when you try to think, so you have to pause for a moment for a few months to years, depend which part of the injury that you have, right? So during that time is not only fear, but also makes you sad because of so much enthusiasm, so active, and suddenly you have to be inactive. So this is trying to tell you, yeah, that's what is making you sad, because you're codependent on activity in life and forgot about how to love yourself properly in this particular storyline here. In last quarter moon in Cancer, let me take a look, take a breather. Let me see what it has in store for you. You need a pause. You're having emotional fatigue. It's dangerous. Emotional fatigue is as dangerous as having physical fatigue. When you have physical fatigue, you can sleep, eat some healthy stuff to rejuvenate. Emotional fatigue, you cannot sleep and eat to make it better. So I hope you realize emotional fatigue is just that too much low energy kind of emotion causing this. You have to look into your heart, crack it open to see what it is that you're holding on to, that kind of negative feeling that need to release. The more you practice it, the more you're holding on to it. You gotta help yourself, right? To refresh your heart. It's like releasing it. The more you releasing it, the less that you're practicing it. That's how you can tell you're learning to release it, you know. Identify each one of them to help you so you can lighten up the load, so you're not having this type of emotional fatigue. Okay, let me move on to the next one. Is this the last one? You want me to continue? Okay, this is the Emperor. Okay, he is in his zone. What timeline is this? 1800s? Around there? Like Emperor, it's like a mastering his own mind. Perhaps you were intelligent at that time frame. You're quite a thinker and you're quite a talker with words. That's what I'm getting. So you were a writer, writing for, what is that? Long time ago. It's not what it related to the court, related to the law, but not necessarily you weren't a lawyer at the time. They don't have lawyer at that time. I don't know what it called, but you write whatever that is to help whoever that is, whoever whoever the emperor at the time that runs the country, right, or wherever that is. So you do the writing of the laws for people to follow. But once upon a time, you mistreated by the upper authority, and you, what happened? You abused because you abused. Yeah, it is a lot. It's impossible for me to do all of that. Perhaps this is the last one. I don't know why suddenly it's impossible for me to channel every single story, unfortunately. So, so he abused it, and I appreciate for your understanding, Jim. Sometimes spirit guy, they make me do a lot of stuff beyond reasoning. So, um, let me do this. So, what is this? He abused the power of the laws to favor himself. So what happened? What did he do? Did he get in trouble? He got the other person in trouble, the one in the authority, to make the authority eat his own words. Oh, okay. Is that what happened? But ever since then, people are taking precaution toward you. They no longer see you as their own party, that you're not on their side, you're not valuing what they value. So that lead to a segregation. Well, it's become political in that environment. That environment becomes stressful for you as well because of what you wanting to do at that time. That's what I'm sensing here. And what happened then, ever since then, the stress, the anxiety, and being played by those politicians or whoever with the authority to do so, to put you in a bad positions. So yeah, because they don't see you as a team player. Anything else I need to say about this particular story? Okay, let me move on to the oracle card here. Last quarter moon in Taurus. Be proud of yourself. Pretend to lead a perfect life. There's nothing more impressive than true authenticity. I think this is a lesson to learn why you did what you did. Because you want to get even, because of fairness or something. Yeah, you use your dark side to abuse the power. That's what happened. Instead of doing it the proper way to, hey, explain why this law isn't working, but you use it to bring down someone in the authority. That's what the problem is. So yeah, being too proud of your intelligence, being too proud of what you know, but then this knowledge is not always good for you. Jim, I think you need to think carefully of how you obtain information. What are you using those information for? Are you having a dark side in you that you are using that information for? To make yourself feel good, to have a personal gain benefit in that regard? Yeah, it is a fine line in that when you wanting to do it with your dark side. This is not coming from love. This is coming from perhaps anger, coming from fear in that regards. Anything else that Jim needs to know about this? Can I end it here for him? Yes, I'm getting permission. I can end this past light reading for you, and I hope this find I hope you find this helpful to help you understand the karmic situation that you're having at your soul level. Sometimes it is in your subconsciousness, sometimes it is in your consciousness, that in this lifetime. So that way you can understand the story, why you're still practicing those negativity, to help yourself to release it, to return yourself back to a love being. So this is the end of it. May you find light from your spiritual guardian. Journal reading for Carolyn. This is the sign of the time oracle here. Have Firefly Wonder, Feather Messages, and then the Hot Love. Let me go to a guidebook if there are any specific message for you here. Late from work. I'm wondering, is it because going or coming? Working late? Working late from work? Or going to work late? Going to work late? Or both? I don't know what it is. Can you take deep breath, Carolyn, and release? Don't think about it. Let me see if I can connect with your spiritual guardian to get clarification about this. It's not giving me any specific. So it's like a routine thing that she's doing, but then she's lacking it. That's what you're trying to tell me. It doesn't matter it was going to late or going work late. Going to work late, that's what it is. I need to trust the wording. I can't go exactly by the guidebook. It's just an example of it. Perhaps you're dragging it because you're not feeling like, oh, I don't want to go there. It's again, I'm not feeling good about going there. And you know that kind of energy is not feeling good. There's certain place that you routinely go to. Okay, let's put it this way. So therefore, you're not always on time. And yeah, this is the emotional side of it, that you haven't figured out why you feel the way you feel. Perhaps something is affecting you, like, I'm getting boredom, I'm getting fear, I'm getting lack of motivations. That type of thing. Perhaps sometimes things get so burned out with the routine. Perhaps there's no meaning of it. Perhaps that meaning is just so materialistic, doesn't have this some sort of passion in you that can drive you to motivate you to, hey, I want to be there, I want to be on time, I want to contribute in that sense, in a the best of me, because you're not driven by that kind of passions. So you need to pay attention. Perhaps you got yourself into certain thing, certain decision, not realize it's going to be like that, but you did it out of materialistic reason, because you need the resource, you need to survive, you need to pay bill and so forth. That's what I'm getting here. And that is not a good decision, right? Because perhaps social pressure, economic pressure, I just need to do it. But on the upside here, instead of looking at it like, oh, it's not what I really want to do, it might not be my passions, perhaps you can look into your negative feeling and learn to turn that around into a positive feeling, like, yes, I am blessed, I am grateful for this type of resource. I don't know, other people might not even have job, maybe they're in so much debt, and I don't need to take this for granted. Why not, bring yourself into this routine that you have to do, and you don't have to drag that kind of negative energy into it. If it is happening, perhaps you need to learn to release it. not to define what that is, so that way you don't have to prefer what that is, that the task that you need to do. When you don't have that kind of preference, when you don't judge it, whether I want to or not in that regard, you will learn to embrace it and you will appreciate this moment of having this job. So I hope that makes sense, okay, Carolyn? But let me move on to the next one, the feather messages. Any particular message about the feather here? Delivery. Something about delivery of package. To her? To someone? Both ways? Is this a packages, or is this like letters? In some form, it's a package. I don't know what kind of delivery. It's like a something that she purchased, or something she. Okay, can I have the Pacific? It's not too clear of the intention of this. Give, being give with information, so it's not package. Why do you say package? So there is some sort of special delivery. I don't like to use the term delivery. It's so physical formation. It's not the physical perspective of delivery. I think it's like a spiritual message being delivered to you. I'm not sure in what way, Carolyn. The spiritual message can come in many forms. It could come in words. It could come in lyrics in a song. It could come in the something that you see in nature, like feather here. Maybe seeing a bird flying. Maybe you're seeing a butterfly flying. I think there's some sort of a message to you, try to tell you, try to nudge you, and you need to acknowledge that type of things. I think you need to dive into your feminine energy to ignite this intuitive side of you to sense what that is. What does the butterfly mean? What does seeing all this feather on a bird mean? Maybe even a single feather drop on the ground by a bird or something, that also tell you something. But I can tell you something very spiritual going on. Even the lyrics in the song, wherever that is, it's something that if you feel that type of energy in particular word, it is trying to send you that message, Carolyn. Anything else that she needs to know? The feather sign is about take a light path. You're on a spiritual journey. Acknowledge it. It is about connecting to your soul. It is about healing as well. Healing your soul that is beyond the physical life form. Remember, you have a soul living inside of you, full of energy. What kind of emotion are you practicing to harm the energy of it? So be aware of that. Anything else? I already talked about the lyrics. It is up to her. Is that particular? The heart message? Something about past relationship? Maybe there's some particular song that may be hearing it. It triggers some heart wounds, some past relationship, whatever romantic relationship, causing pain, causing heartbreaks. Yeah, it's asking you to dive deeper to heal that kind of wound as well. Anything else for her? I'm moving on to this last card here, love, number 8. And I hope you learn to forgive, and I hope that you learn not to judge that particular individual, whatever that is. Yeah. So it is about romantic partners. That's what I'm picking up, okay? And I'm sorry that you lost your mother. It's never easy. And bless you, Carolyn. Bless your heart. Heart love, number 8. Heart is a universal sample of love. The universe always vibing this fierce form of love to us. But then the humans so blinded by their own dark desire that they have to tend this frequency of love with a whole bunch of negative feelings in it. So therefore, this pure form of love is no longer really love. So it tried to tell this story about this heart here. Yeah, it's just a symbolism of what love is should be about. Carolyn, it wants you to understand that. Have you died enough to reflect the love that you have been practicing? How this love can fill with so much negative feelings to cause it not to be love. Anything else it needs to talk about in this regard? Yeah, this is about love of everything. It's not just about love of family, love of yourself, love of a romantic partner, love of a stranger, love of a living thing. They don't have to have consciousness, okay? This is about the universal love. When you have this love ignite in you, then you will start speaking the language of love, where you don't have to grieve, where you don't have to hate, you don't have to dislike, you don't have to prefer anything, because you find everything beautiful on earth, because we are living as oneness on earth, and we should embrace each other no matter where we are, no matter what we do, no matter what we're experiencing in life. Let's unify this love so we can bring love and peace into this earth. So I hope that you hear this higher message about this unconditional love. If you're conditioning your life to tended by any negative emotion, learn to decondition it. The little effort that you do, the greater that it accumulates, that one day you will learn to fully decondition a lot of things that you have attached to ignite this universal love in your heart, so that way you can become this love being, to speak the language of love only. Anything else about this? So yeah, there may be a grieving process even though your mother recently died, but you don't have to be sad, Carolyn, because her soul still lives on. Her history, the legacy, the beautiful life that you with her, that you should cherish. Do not let this, the physical life form blind you to, sadness, the heart pain and so forth, or the longing things. Those are just coming from negative emotion. Your spiritual guardian wants you to understand. Be this love being, and don't be a sad being for this remaining lifetime. And may you find life from your spiritual guardians in this reading. Two lovers, relationship reading. That's between Bridget and Bob. Upside down here. Okay, this is the Twin Flame Ascension deck I'm guided to use. Acknowledge, take responsibility. There's a Queen, Divine Feminine. Is this the white card? Is there more? Okay. Yeah, you both are on Twin Flame journey. You both are the Twin Flame soul pair here. Some reason that you guys are not acknowledging something here. What is that? Bob is not acknowledging the purpose of him being the divine masculine. He's in denial. He's not understanding his higher purpose being a twin flame in this journey. Breathe it out, Bridget. I'm picking up somebody interfering this. I have hard time connecting with your spirit guide. Wherever it is, don't think, don't feel, don't manifest. Just breathe it out. Just focus on your breathing only. So that way I can get the truth out for you, okay? Just trust me on this. So Why is it not acknowledging it? He is misinterpreting something. I don't know if he ever listened to any of those past reading that I did for you. There's some insight about the purpose being a dream frame, being on earth to learn unconditional love. This is not the first lifetime you both are sharing this type of journey together. There's some comic situation that you guys are carrying forward from past life as well. Yeah, to reoccur in this lifetime. If you guys keep postponing, keep delaying in healing those type of comic situation, you are gonna keep walking through this life cycle again. If you get to reincarnate again, it's gonna keep repeating over and over again. It's never gonna stop. It's like you guys are on a hamster wheel running in circles, like trying to figure out, oh, what's going on, why keep we doing this, together separation, like non-stop. I know you're tired, Bridget, right? I feel like you're very tired of this, right? I know that, but are you aware you're getting triggered by this negative feeling? Are you taking advantage of this emotional trigger to release it? So that way you don't judge this twin flame journey. It is to design to trigger, to serve your catalyst to trigger your negative emotion. That is the whole purpose. That is the fundamental of how you guys are supporting each other to trigger your own darkness and trigger his own darkness as well. Yeah, I hope that rings a bell. It is about doing the inner self transformation. And I feel like, yeah, is it too hard? No, it's not. It's only your mindset tell you, oh, it is challenging. I, because you guys want an easy way out of your own darkness, not understanding the deeper side. You guys are scratching the surface of negative feeling, but you don't dive deep enough how complex your negative feelings are. The longer you sit on that, the more they mutate into complexity. It's all driven by fear base of living that this 3D matrix society are trapping everybody in. You guys are not the only twin fan pair are doing this unconditional love journey thing to return back to your own true form. That's the whole idea of it. Because of what? Essential inheritance. Our ancestors chose the dark path, chose to practice negative emotion. Why they normalize all of that for all of us, for us to trap in it. I'm a twin fam too, Bridget, okay? I'm separated with my twin fam. He married another girl. That's fine. He cheated on me. Okay. I have to learn to forgive him. I'm sharing this piece of twin fam journey with you, okay? But I took my higher self path and I surrender 100% to define to do what I'm doing here today. I've been through a long way. I go through so much healing myself to understand this. But if you guys can't even acknowledge this, I hope Bob is listening to this. Bob, you need to acknowledge you're on a twin flame. Your higher purpose is to heal yourself. You cannot walk away from your own darkness to continue the path to be a dark contributor to this human society. Are you aware that you are the contributor? Do you want to see the dark path of human to continue generation after generation? If not, then take your own responsibility to feel what it is that you're inside. That type of negative emotions is not meant to house in your own soul. Same thing with you, Bridget. Our soul are not made for darkness. Our soul is made for love, made for infinite light source. That's where we are coming from. Our soul are created from above, from divine, not from our human parent. Our human parents just gave us our vessel, a new vessel to continue the human generation after the next, okay? You guys get to reincarnate, but I hope you guys don't wait for next reincarnation to wait for another opportunity to do this twin fam journey again with Bob again, you know? I hope not, okay? You both need to take advantage of this now and forever. Go beyond your personal desire. Go beyond your personal gratification. Go beyond all of that to see the higher purpose of why you're here on earth again. To do what? To ignite this unconditional love. To undo all of those darkness that you guys chose to practice, the one that carrying so deeply in your soul and that damaged your soul energy. Your soul need the vital energy, not from the negative emotion that create low energy to sink the health of your soul. Without your soul, without this vital energy, you guys just basically die, no consciousness one day. You don't want to be in that positions. There are so many layers into complexity of that. The ego part of it, fragmenting the soul level, putting this soul in the subconscious side. Yeah, there is a conscious level. It's the mind thing, right? But then the egos like to cause you to focus on the outside to deal with things. Yeah, you have to acknowledge that the fragmentation, why people are so sick mental health. I don't call it mental health because it's all stuff from an emotional crisis first, not dealing with your own emotion causing a mental breakdown. That's what causing people to have mental health. They have to go see a psychiatrist but never find an answer because they just don't realize that emotions are not supposed to be part of true human being at all. This lifetime is about co-creating with divine, co-creating with your own spirit guide. He has his own, you have your own. It is not about being together, dating, romanticize, having this like in the movie, like what your parents are having, this isn't it. Learning unconditional love is about loving your own self first. If you don't, what is the love language? How do you even love each other's? It doesn't work this way. Love is not about possessing the individual in a physical form. Love is not about obsessing the individual. What is this person doing now? Is this person thinking about me? Do you hear that what I'm saying here? The obsession, the possessiveness, that's what drive people to stalk the other person, drive them to do some crazy thing that does not have any beyond reasoning. It's all coming from what the darkness in the individual. Do you want to be in that kind of energy, in this type of dark energy? I'm sure you don't want to be like that. You want to be in this love energy that is unconditional form of love. That is the purest form of love. It does not contain any negative emotion, like I just mentioned, possessiveness, obsession, right? And turn into addiction. Addiction is a type of negative energy. Be aware of that. Codependency, addiction goes hand in hand. You're using something to get yourself into that, to trap yourself into that. You're even dive deep enough to feel how you are addicting to certain behavior, codependent on certain activity to make yourself feel good. So I think that I hope this helped you as of right now with this type of message. Let me move on to the eight queen, divine feminine. Yeah, your spirit guide is that it's not about dating game here. You guys have a lot of inner work to do. A lot. That is affirmations. The longer you guys move on, the longer you sit on it, the longer you're not when to pull out the dark side in you, cycle keep happening. The dark energy keep happening to cycle between you two, pulling each other, repelling each other. That's how twin fan soul works together. If they don't sync, they repel, they cause separation. When you focus on self to do your inner work, to release your dark side of it, yeah, it energetically pull you guys together. That's the beauty of this, twin flame pair marrying each other's soul. But let me move on to this last card here. Define. This is the olive color. The Queen, 81. You need to integrate the depth of yourself. I'm not going to use the term true here because you guys don't even understand your own truth. But after the first card, I'm giving you taking out a lot of false belief here. What is your higher purpose being on this twin flame journey? It's always talk about. I'm just saying so bluntly, okay? Bridget and Bob, there's no escape from this, Who created you? The divine did. You don't think you should be co-creating with them? Then so be it. Then that means you're going to downhill, the downward path, okay? That means no longer need to ask me for another reading, okay? It's a waste of my anybody time and energy, but it is a free will. It is a free choice. Nobody can make anybody do it, okay? It is all, I believe in exercising your own free will. But if you think that it's okay to continue contributing darkness, this is a warning from both of your spirit guide here. There will be consequences, okay? Why people are hurting each other, why people are killing each other, why people are abusing each other. It's all coming from the darkness. You think that's okay to continue to contribute it by breaking this soul contract with Divine? You guys are not going to get that kind of support from them anymore, okay? You're going to distance from Divine forever. So it is another warning for you both here. But let me move on to this card right here. This is about integrating all aspects of your life. Body, mind, heart, and soul. This is beyond the physical perspective of life. You got to integrate your mind. Why do you think this way? Why do you want to say this way? Why do you make decision this way? Why do you act on this way? Then your heart, that you need to crack open to feel all type of negative emotion. Yes, it is hard, because you guys stuck in there so long, and then you keep allowing it to mutate, to cover it up with layer of mask after another mask, that causing the complexion of healing. You cannot delay this type of healing. You have to move on to your healing. Take advantage every moment of your emotional trigger. Honestly, Bridget and Bob, I'm doing it myself here. While doing reading for people, I'm getting emotional trigger. I have to pause and do the release. I have to be multitasking doing that. It wasn't easy. It never easy for me. I have to learn to multitask reading while releasing my negative emotion as well. Yeah, who said it's easy? But I haven't give up. Well, why are you guys giving up so easily? Where's your resiliency? Where is it that you guys don't understand the higher purpose of darkness, how serious that is? It's killing people around here. This is worse than a COVID pandemic, okay? That is the truth of a matter. People don't tell you that because they don't understand, because they're all trapped in their own human problem, human own opinion, human artificial creation. Now there's an AI going on. There all kind of creation, creating more darkness for everybody's. It's never ending, this cycle of darkness. I think you understand that, Bridget. You once told me that you are a practitioner. You should understand about energy, how dark energy can get, and you should understand the fourth dimensional, where people die and trapped in their own negativity that goes to hell. And you should know that better than anybody, right? In this twin flame pair. Yeah, listen to your intuition, not your personal desire. Please understand your personal desire is not surrendering to this twin flame journey. Same thing with Bob. I feel like Bob has a lot, but Bridget, you are the divine feminine. This is the one. You are more inclined in the spiritual understanding. He is the divine masculine. He is more inclined in the physical understanding. Doesn't mean that Bob does not have the spiritual innate ability. He has it, but he might be more stuck in that, but that's okay. You cannot help him, Bridget. He has to go through his cycle to learn his soul lesson. You can only go through yours and work on yours. When the divine timing comes, if you guys are, that energetically pull you guys back together, yeah, you will reconcile. You will talk to each other again. But until that time, you cannot ask for it. You cannot anticipate for it. Why? Because you're working on your inner energy. That is the main part of it. You don't work on your inner energy, and when you come together, same darkness cycling over and over again in never-ending karmic situations. I hope you hear this message here clearly, and I hope he will listen to this message as well. It's good for him to understand why he's on earth. Is there any more about this, the depth of your truth, the depth of how complex healing is? Just because you think you might have released some fear doesn't mean the fear doesn't come with worry, doesn't mean fear doesn't come with concern. Fear can also come with anticipation, right? It is so many layers. You cannot just work on, I worked on 3 months ago working on my fear. Why am I still stuck in the cycle of fear? Fear is so complex, Bridget. It's beyond your understanding. That's why you don't have the depth of your truth. Bob definitely doesn't have the depth of any of that truth at all, okay? But because you are understanding the energy side of it, but you just don't understand the emotional complexity of how deep it goes. You need to trust your spirit guide. You need to co-create with your spirit guide. You need to work on communicating with your spirit guide. That is the only way to understand the depth of your truth. Like me, I have my own spirit guide. I talk to them all the time. I happen to be a medium. I have direct communication with them. Maybe that make it easier for me, right? Like where am I am? How am I doing with my healing? I never give up. I never ask for, when am I going to finish? I don't do that. Why? Because I'm surrendering 100% to divine, because I understand if I heal myself and I recognize people's darkness, I can point it out, but I will not continue to encourage darkness in people. That's how I stop myself from doing that, because I don't want to be the contributor to create this generation of darkness after generation of darkness. The children in this earth are the future of the human race. We cannot be that selfish to, continue the path of personal desire and ignore the fact that we continue to create darkness in each other's. And I hope you hear this high message. I know you understand it, Bridget. Have opened your heart to true compassion. Open your heart to unconditional love. That's what unconditional love is all about. It isn't about sacrificing yourself for the sake of this, for the greatest good of all. You can still enjoy your life, enjoy with friends, enjoy with family, do what you love as whatever passion that calls out to you. That's okay, but at the same time, don't forget to heal. Healing is every day. Healing is little effort. Do not think that there is a finish line. There is no such thing, even though it takes decades. It took me 3 decades to heal my depression, okay? I grew up in a dysfunctional family. I don't mind even share that with you. I've been through a lot. But I don't complain. I don't give up. I don't judge my spirit guide. I don't judge divine, because I already understand the purpose of me being on earth here. Yeah, we are all here. By doing our part, we are saving this human race for the future, so they don't have to keep trapping in their own darkness forever. Bridget, work on yourself. It's also meaning you're saving the future generation. I hope you understand how the cause and effect it's doing, right? Is there anything else? Yeah, listen to your intuition. Takes time. Be patient. Do not compare yourself with your past gift. Doesn't matter if you lost them, doesn't matter you lose your clarity. There's a higher purpose, right? You're supposed to learn your soul lesson through that while you're losing your gift for this particular reason, for you to have a different spiritual awakening, to continue this twin flame path, not to deviate from it. Yes, grounding yourself is necessary. Through wood chakra grounding, be calm, be still, let go of desire, let whatever come to you naturally. That's how you go back into your intuitive ability. It takes time. If you need to burn sage to help yourself to relieve your negative energy. Wherever you're trying to manifest, do not manifest. It is a warning. Never manifest. Whatever manifestation that you learned in the past, toss them away. Your spirit guide said it's garbage. This is human thought world, like to use manifestation to get their personal desire. Do you see how dark that is? Personal desire is a type of darkness. They're not here to ignite unconditional love. They're here to do personal gain, get wealthy, pay for this, pay for that. Give me a good luxury life. That's all they really want. That's part of the dark side of it. Do you see how people can use spiritual gift to benefit themselves first? They don't care about how they are encouraging negative energy from the fourth dimensional to attract this, to magnetize all this negative energy on earth. That is a very selfish thing to do. Your spirit guide said, stop manifesting, never manifest. So work on getting back your intuitive ability, grounding yourself, be still, be calm. This will help you to do your inner work. This will help you strengthening it, to feel what is your negative emotion inside. Trust your spirit guide to guide you, to help you to understand the multi-layer of negative emotion, how one or the other cause you to affect this. Okay, it takes time. Don't give up. It's okay you want into challenge. It's okay to talk to your spirit guide anywhere, anytime, on top of your head, out loud, anywhere. It can heal you. Bridget, if you are lost, not understanding, am I getting right? Please show me a spiritual sign. Is this a yes or is this no? Or maybe or something, right? I'm sure you will pick that up, that spiritual sign, and interpret what that means, okay? This is part of your co-creation with it. The more you practice, the better you get. It's okay. Don't be so hard on yourself. If you're not getting it the first time, that's okay. Breathe it out. Relax. Enjoy the moment, right? Enjoy every single task. Enjoy every single life activity that you're having, Don't be so uptight about nothing needs to be perfect. Nothing needs to have result right away. But if you stop practicing it, then there is no hope. You see what I mean? The little efforts go a long way every day. When you do that, you will accumulate a lot. Do not assign a finish line like, okay, and I'm going to achieve it in a month and I'm going to achieve it in 6 weeks. Do not do that. Healing is infinite. It's a lifetime thing. It's never like yeah, am I doing it right? Am I doing blah blah blah? Okay, don't do that because you're judging it. You're not surrendering to divine. Divine has a much greater, higher purpose. They understand the complexity of your injury. Trust that they will guide you one day to see it. When you are at that level, yeah, you will see. They will guide you to reflect on what that is, to help you even further understand something. It takes certain life events to get there. You just cannot jump the timeline. You cannot I want this to happen. It doesn't work, right? You gotta wait for that timing. Be patient, okay? Is there any more about this Queen Divine Feminine card? You are very supported throughout what that is. It's okay to make mistake, Bridget. without making mistake? How do you know that you have that dark side in you that causing you to make that mistake, to cause you to have a detour, to cause you to have this huge life cycle to start like this? It is not wasted, okay? Do not think that you wasted your lifetime in the past taking the wrong path. That's okay, Bridget. Without taking that wrong path, you won't be here as of today to have a different level of understanding of your higher purpose, what you need to do now and in the future to co-create with your spirit guide. Anything else? I'm glad to end it here. I hope this will help you and Bob to continue this soul ascension journey, okay? Chey and John. Past relationship. God, you use the tarot of these 70 doors here. King of Swords. I think there's an illness or something. Someone who's ill. Physical illness. Also signify emotional illness because I'm seeing this guy sitting in a wheelchair. Whose side is this on? On John's side? Is it him or there's someone that he has to care for? Someone he has to care for. And there feel like a lot of burden in this regard, this responsibility that he is still having it. This responsibility. Perhaps it take a piece of his what do you call it? Take a toll on him, but not wholly. But it's just a piece of that. That's what I'm getting here. And something I need to talk about the first card. He has a lot to consider that because that is his priority. So what's going on between John and Chey in the past? You want me to talk about the breakup? The separations? That is one of the reasons why they have to be separated? Okay, let me channel a little bit. Can you continue breathe and focus on breathing, Chey? Let me see what I can get out of your spiritual guardians. It's not too clear. What is that she needs to know about this? Is that part of the reasons why that caused the separation? Yes, I confirm that. It is true. Part of the reasons in his life. This one, I'm getting this loneliness, sadness. This is about you, Chey, the feeling of this from this relationship because of the separations. For whatever reason, I'm just picking up from your end, okay? I don't know. It doesn't want to talk about his feelings, but I know that this is part of the reason of the separation. But here, because of separation, that's where you are here. Is there any particular thing that you want me to emphasize for her? Can I get clarifier on this? Okay, so what's the purpose of this? She is still holding on to this relationship from the past, the cause and the effect of that. Please keep breathing, Chey, so that way I can connect with your spiritual guardians. Whenever you're thinking about it, whenever you want to have a question or something, it's just I have tough time connecting with your spiritual guardian because I'm using your energy to connect with it. So that way I know I'm getting the right spiritual guardians. So help me out. Just breathe. So what it is that Chey needs to know about the second card, the Five of Swords, out in a cold. The Five of Swords. She didn't take it too well from these separations. She is hurting inside. She hasn't healed this wound. Try to translate what that means. Like, you're not going to give it up. You're not going to make peace from it. You feel like there may be a possibility that you two might come back together again. That's what I'm getting here. That's the reason why of this Five of Swords. That's why you're holding on to this past relationship so tightly, not wanting to let go, not wanting to move forward. That's what I'm getting here. Anything else about that because of this wound? Like, is that it about this relation? Isn't there more for us in the future? That's what I'm getting here. Okay, does anything else about this last two card? The first two card. Okay, this is a Temperance. There's a water holding on to the emotion, folding on the vase, and this lady is kneeling at the door holding on to that. Huh. What is this? Emotion keep pouring out, floating from the vase. Who are we talking about here? Both of you. He is doing it. You are doing it. Keep pouring out emotion. Keep having emotional reaction from day to day life. But not when to open this door at a much deeper level, not when to open the inner gate, both of you, to see why the emotion keep pulling out on each one of you. You know, this tale of the 78 doors is about opening the door to step into a new direction, a new path, a new beginning. So I feel like all of this door are shut. I feel like all of this door are cannot have a new beginning of this. That's what I'm getting stuck into this, hoping for more, hoping for reconciliation, getting stuck with this. The emotion keep pouring out and not doing anything about that. It's like just keep it one, keep it flow wherever that is. It doesn't seem to matter. And then this one, yeah, there's like someone who's ill physically or emotionally here, but I think it's seeking the one type of treatment or cure. That's what I'm getting here. So I feel like this is like a dead end relationship between you and John. That's what I'm getting here. That there's not going to be a new beginning to bloom in the future. Is there anything else here that Shy need to know about it? And yeah, that's all your spiritual guardians want to point out. It is time to move forward with this. It is a dead end relationship. And I'm glad to end it here, and I hope this helped you. May you find life from your spiritual guardian. The still tale of the 78 door guided to use. This is the magician card here. I feel like this relationship are meant for some type of inner transformation between you two. Whatever that relationship dynamic you guys are having, there is some sort of chemistry, there's some sort of synergy that's gonna trigger something within each one of you to help you see something I'm not saying it's any good or any bad in this regard, but it's just going to create some new idea between you two that could affect your body, mind, heart, and soul as well, all together, right? But however, it's all depend how you two take it, okay? Whether that particular situation that might happen, but I feel like it's already happened, but it feels like it's gonna continue to happen. Am I getting this King of Swords here? Why do I feel like codependency? I'm seeing this guy sitting in a wheelchair. It's not saying that someone is sick or anything, but I feel like it's like a codependency energy because I'm crippling, because I'm relying on you on something, and the other party I'm also maybe I'm getting the word addictions. Why there's a word coming through me, addicted to lust. Not sure which side is having more or not, but both party has this. I'm not saying it's like one party is more addictive than the other party, and it creates some sort of codependency because of this lust energy involved in this relationship. I feel like it's a matter of how are you both gonna handle this type of feelings? How are you guys gonna transform in a positive way, perhaps by realizing, hey, I'm addicted to this lust feeling, or the other party, like, it's not really addiction, but I don't know how to love yet in an unconditional way. So I feel like both you are involved in the lust, but from a different perspective, okay? Different angle. Just keep that in mind. So it's just a matter of how you both are going through this transformation, right? Either in a positive way or in a negative way, but it's up to individual choice, individual free wills, and individual realizations of what is good or what is not good for the individual selves, okay? So I'm not saying that it's about what is good for this relationship. Remember, if you're not willing to do anything to learn and grow, same with him, how are you guys going to build a stronger foundation in this relationship, right? So let me go to the third card, the Fool card here. I'm seeing like it's on the edge of this. Like there's a companion and there's a key holding on that. I mean, there's no door here. It's like an invisible energy. Like, do you want to take the risk? Do you want to go dive into the adventure of a different discovery between you two? But at the same time, in this relationship dynamic, are you able to discover your own self as well? Like how deep are you both are willing to dive into this relationship to really see where's that experience, having that experience together, where is that going to take you? I feel like this invisible door is like, yeah, you just have to wait until that moment to see where it's going to take you. Are you both adventurous enough? Are you patient enough to get there, to see what that might bloom into in this relationship? That's what I'm getting here. But it's important not to judge each other. It is important that not to bring into past experiences to make it seems like, oh, because of my past, blah 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 blah, I have this type of causing me fear, causing me to have insecurity, like I need to protect myself in some way. But I don't think you guys are really thinking about it. I'm not sure which party has more of that, but the feelings can be triggered to cause one of you or both of you to react in certain way, right? Because feeling so vulnerable that makes you want to protect yourself in some way and unable to be adventurous, to really to dive deeper, to discover about this synergy in this relationship, and also how it is reflecting your inner self as well, to dive deeper to discover who each one of you is. So just keep that in mind. And this card is Queen of Swords here. I'm getting this vibe of let me channel a little bit here. Why is there it's not really thinking about it. It's like attracting some sort of energy here, some negativity here. Is there any particular one? Why am I seeing a devil card here? But this is a Queen of Swords. But it reminds me of the other type of tarot of somebody having negative energy, manifesting it. How? Who? Both ends are doing it and not realizing their language coming from certain fear, not really the language of love. I feel like you guys are thinking about it, feeling about the chemistry, feeling that yeah, they are interested in each other, but I feel like you guys are talking about it, getting to know each other about interests, what I like, what I don't like. But talking about it, but does not mean you guys are feeling your own feeling toward each other's. That's what I'm getting here. Because it's so much on the mental side, the mind side. What about the heart? So I feel like there is some sort of a disconnection about the heart aspect of life here. And then at the same time, when you guys are talking or thinking, I'm not saying you guys don't feel it. Perhaps there's some good feeling that will cause you to attract to each other's. But where is that good feelings are coming from? I think that's where the problem is. Like you guys are too much on the mind thing, but not able to dive deeper into where that good feeling is coming from. Remember, I'm getting the last card here. Remember, I'm still also getting some type of transformation already between you two in this relationship dynamic, whether positive or negative varies a lot in each one of you. Is there a particular message also about this last card? It's vibing some negative energy. That's what I'm picking up. But might not be good, because if you guys don't catch how you're vibing that negative energy toward each other, how would you gonna build a stronger foundation? How would you able to be more adventurous to discover where is this relationship can take you guys to, and at the same time to discover your own self? I feel like inner awareness is critical here, but I feel like it's still not deep enough to understand the individual self in here. How I feel about Danny, how Danny feel about Shy. I think that question that the individual needs to answer that with that honesty. But first of all, you need to crack open your heart to feel what is that true feeling is toward each other. But before you can do that, but you need to understand the language of this type of so-called protections, this type of why would they want to protect themselves? There's something about past relationship, making you guys vulnerable, like making you guys feel insecure, like there's a holding back on speaking the truth. And that's what's going on in here. That's why there's this underlying negative vibing going on between you two. There's some sort of emotional baggages from the past relationship. Who is having more of that? Chey is having more of it? What about Danny? Some of it is more like in a childhood issue. Wherever childhood, it's so ingrained with the family issues, in the family environment, the way he grew up. Yeah, it's bringing forward into this relationship as well. Anything else that Chey needs to know? It is about realizing it, so that way you guys can actually work it out, right? You, even though it's serving like a catalyst toward each other, but at the same time, if you want to learn and grow with each other, you can actually bring forth healings. You don't have to get stuck in the past experiences and hold on to those negativity. I feel like this relationship have opportunity to do positive inner transformation. It's depend how you both speak to each other, and how do y'all react toward each other, and how well you guys having the inter-awareness over yourself, and so get sucked into the reaction of it. Okay, so be careful and keep that in mind about emotional reaction can cause you to blow things out of proportions, to cause unintended negativity to flare up toward this relationship. And I hope that you both can realize that, yeah, people can come into your life to make you realize that you still have a wound inside of you that still need to heal. So it could be a very beautiful relationship as well. Any more that I say for Chey here? I'm glad to end it here, and I hope this helped you guys. May you find life from your spiritual guardian. Journal reading for Natasha. I'm glad to use the Ethereal Vision Illuminated Tarot deck here, having Ten of Swords, the Fool card, and also the Knight of Swords here. This Ten of Swords is about some unpleasant happening in this life journey, and I still feel like you're holding on to them. All this bitterness, sadness, some fear thing might have happened to you as well. So with that negative emotions, and you should know that Natasha, they're caused by some life event for you. And remember, you're holding on to them emotionally, causing you to not to escape from that, not able to move forward from that. It is not about moving on, put it aside, to call that, oh, it's no longer happening, it's all in the past. That is your illusion. That is your attitude. It is still in there when it comes to that emotional reactions. Remember, emotion takes delicate way of handling it, caring for it, and healing it. You cannot just move on and say that's okay. This Fool card is trying to tell you, you need to dive deeper to discover them, how you are moving on and not taking care of that emotional side. Be positive about them, okay? Whenever you are triggered to use that same negative emotion over and over again because of your past attachment, it's time to realize what they are so you can do something positive about that. This is not about relying on some tool to help you. Even therapy cannot help you with. This is not about relying on some tool to help you. Even therapy cannot help you with do exercise, whatever you need to do, the free will to change. You know what you need to do to from negative emotion to positive emotion in that regard, okay? The Knight of Swords here. The last card here is, I feel like there's something that you need to have some sort of conversation with a specific individual in your life. To men, word for that attachment that you're still holding on to. I feel like there's some experiences that you're having are related to that. I think it's not just about talking out. I think it's need to be honest about the feelings, how you guys can draw a healthier boundaries. And that's what I'm getting here whenever you're ready with these honest conversations. So this is the end of your reading. May you find life from your spiritual guardian. Daphne and Mark, past relationships, reading here. Twin Flame Ascension deck guided you. Sacred Sexuality, Assessing Unified Field. Let me go to the guidebook and see how it interpret here. Do you want me to tell them? They are the Twin Flame. They are on Twin Flame journey. Are they the Twin Flame soul? No, they are not. But definitely they are. Both of them are on Twin Flame journey, correct? Yes. That's the affirmation here. But you guys are not the twin flame for each other, okay? Just be aware of that. To have you guys come together for a higher purpose. But let me see. Found this sacred sexuality. Where is that? 97. Desires. The truth about personal desires. The truth about love versus lust. I think this is an important part of this relationship in the past, and that's the type of energy that has been like, what is that, projecting on each other to trigger some sort of a catalyst to transform you two in a way, whether it's a positive way or negative way. It's up to individuals or how you guys react to that. And I'm feeling a block because of this past relationship, unable to rise above the negativity that coming from this past relationship. It is still holding on some sort of, it's like a guilty feeling on one of the party here. Is there a warmth? Someone did something bad in this relationship? That's what I'm getting. I'm not sure which side that is causing this guilt. It needs to open up the heart to forgiveness. Doesn't matter, you need to forgive the other person or forgive yourself. I don't know which party. I'm just saying you in general, so that way I don't have to keep saying he or she. It needs to open the heart to have the ability to create something new out of that darkness. And that's what this first card is trying to say here. If that person is unable to do that, it's going to continue to stuck in that negative cycle over and over again. Just be aware of that. It could create some sort of dramatic, like a trauma feeling, right? To carry that emotional baggage toward a newer relationship, to create the same old pattern, same old behaviors that causing that relationship unable to build a better foundation, to build a more positivity in that relationship, whatever that is. And let me move on to this awareness card, clear visions. Have I just talked about it? Yeah, that is the awareness that you guys needs to have about the dark side of each one of you are, expressing in that past relationship. And I feel like that's why there's a stuck energy there. Love shouldn't have any negative emotion. When you guys having negative emotion out of out of fear. I don't know why there's a fear in this relationship. Someone feeling vulnerable because it's triggered by fear. Someone unable to speak the truth, so it kind of blame it on the other party. Like hiding your own true feelings, blaming on the other party. Is there anything else? And you need to be aware of that. Why is this particular person reacting this way, right? And if that person is not willing to do the inner reflection, how are you gonna heal the fear? How are you gonna heal the vulnerability? How are you gonna heal being dishonest? How are you gonna heal by victimizing yourself through this fear feelings? You see the point that I'm trying to make here? Because of that type of dark side in whoever that is, not willing to do this inner awareness in order to go in there to release it and open the heart to that love. When I talk about that love supposed to be in a pure form of love. It shouldn't condemn those type of negative things that I'm just talking about. And it's lacking clear vision, and that's why this relationship have blockage because of that type of negativities, unable to move forward together to build a better, beautiful, a stronger relationship in that regard. And that is the culprit of this separation, right? So that's what's going on. And this last card here is talk about compassion, the higher heart opening. As I said earlier, you have to open the heart to face your own darkness. Without that, it takes a lot of courage. It also takes a lot of self-compassion. It also takes a lot of compassion toward the other side of it. If it's too selfish, then that is not coming from compassion. Selfishness is come from negative emotion. What does that have to do with not love? Nothing, right? Selfishness causes someone to conditioning love, putting I in front of everything, unable to see the fuller picture of what's going on in a relationship dynamics, right? That's what happens. Like, I need this, I want this, I expect this. A lot of things come from that. What about the other side of the party? Is that person's able to do it? Perhaps this person has some sort of emotional problem as well that couldn't deal with, but then you put yourself first over this person, not understanding that individual, what that person is going through, and it's create a lot of crash in that relationship dynamic. I hope that makes sense, okay? What's going on in the past. And yeah, it's up to you both to do something positive about your dark side in order to heal, so that way whatever future has in store for you both, it's up to the future, right? And what that's going to be, right? Maybe together, maybe with somebody else. I'm not here to predict your future here, Daphne, with Mark, or what Mark has in his destiny, right? So I'm just saying that once you heal, then when you encounter someone that you really care about in your life, then you can start understanding what is the love language is, instead of using fear language to encourage each other, right? You want to encourage positivity, not encourage negativity. So I hope that makes sense. I feel like this past relationship that you still need to learn this type of soul lesson, how to be a love being, not be a fear being, to have a romantic, healthy relationship. And I hope this helped you, Daphne. And may you find life from your spiritual guardian. Waiting for Kristal. I'm going to use the Enchanted Force here. We see this Fool card. What's going on in the forest? You need to invite yourself to a new beginning in order to move forward with your life. It is up to you if you do want this new beginning. This is not about avoiding. This is not about running away from the truth. This is not even about trust either. You don't have to trust the environment. You don't have to trust someone to have a new beginning. That's what I'm getting here. Perhaps this is the culprit of why you're stuck where you are right now, because of a trust issue. This is about your inside, working on your inside crystals to do the necessary self transformations. If you're holding on to something that are so negative, it is time to dive within to look into what they are, how they are causing you not to have clarity, not to have proper vision. I don't know why your spiritual guardian using the word visions. Perhaps you do have visions. I'm not here to confirm that. But let me move on to the next one. Seeker of challenges. Keeper, seeker. This is a knight all dressed in black, and I'm seeing the black horse from behind. He's not with his horse. You know, the horse supposed to help him to guide him to where he needs to go. And now it's like you're going to be on your own. That's what I'm getting here. You cannot rely on someone to help you. You cannot rely on money to help you. Those are just materialistic things on this physical plane. You have to rely on your own inner self to help you. That's what I'm getting. You need to turn, I'm not saying turn it off, perhaps switch it off, right? At least giving yourself the sacred time, the me time to do that. It's just a lot of toxic stuff on the outside, but why you keep focusing on those toxic things? Why is that attention so important? A lot more than your inner world. What's going on inside of you, Kristal? You are the only one who can tell. Nobody on the outside can help you with that. So therefore, you cannot rely on anything on the outside to help you. It's not just people, right? Even tools that you might be using, or once upon a time that you encounter them to think, oh, you should go seek this to help you because it works for me. And you might try it out. It might work for you. Do you hear what I'm saying? Relying on the outside stuff to help you. So therefore, you wouldn't focus on your inside to help yourself. So you're going to have to walk this path on yourself, okay? I'm not saying you shouldn't interact with people in your social circle. I'm just saying that relying on your inner self is your inner ability. I'm talking about your soul. Your soul has been creating all kinds of emotions. Are you aware of that? Are you aware you can undo all of those creation for yourself as well? It is up to your free will, right? It is up to your attention to focus on your inside to say, oh, once upon a time, because I encountered this situation that created this so-called negative feelings for my own self. And ever since then, and that's the source of the main source of why I'm still having that kind of negative emotions. When I encounter similar situation, I'm still practicing it. And you should know that, Kristal. Don't deny it. You can tell what that is. But it's up to you to undo it. It's up to you not to hold on to that past situation, to continue to hold on to that negativity. That's how powerful your soul creation is. Do you want to hold on to this type of dark side, or you want to fear it and say, yeah, I don't need to react to that anymore. I don't need to choose the dark side anymore. I'm going to let love in to my soul to recreate something beautiful for myself. And that is love. You are a love being. All human beings on earth are supposed to be love beings. They just don't realize it. They just like to mix their own personal desire, their dark side into love, to call it love. Is it really love? Of course not. At least it's not matching the universal love frequency. And that's why a lot of people are so unhappy. That's why a lot of people are suffering. This trying to tell you, do you want to continue this suffering, or you going to liberate yourself and not be like anyone else on this earth, right? So yeah, it is self-infected. It is self-limitation. It's up to you to do something about that. Let me do the last card waiver of challenge here. Discernment. You need to learn to discern the difference between dark and light. This is not about being bad. This is not about being evils. This is how humans like to label other people, including themselves. Oh, this is my morality, being good. So if I see someone that is not in that kind of standard or value that I'm having, they're considered bad or even worse, evil, right? Like or serial killer, like to go around killing people for no apparent reasons. That's how people label people, right? I mean, in that regard. But that's not what this is about. When it comes to your soul creation, you need to learn to discern the difference between dark and light. Everybody are trapped into their own darkness and not want to admit it because they allow morality to define that. That's where they trap themselves into those self-infected darkness. Do you want to be like that, Kristal? I hope not. I hope your answer is not. If you hear this high calling from divine, learn to discern the difference between dark and light. What does that translate into? Positive emotion versus negative emotion. And you're in between world. If you already have spiritual awakening, Kristal, for some reason I'm going to tell you this. If you're in between two worlds because your egoistic self and try to close the door of your higher self, do not allow that. Especially when you have gratification, especially you have some personal desire to cause you to turn off your higher self. Be aware of that. All you need to do is to let go of your egos, to think about your higher purpose, to think about that, to do the greatest thing for this humanity is to ignite your own unconditional love. Do not label what humans supposed to be through morality. I'm glad to end it here. I hope this helped you. May you find life from the spiritual guardian.